Can we therefore now admit that document? Senior Counsel?
We looked at it, Mheshimiwa Speaker, and we have no objection now it can be introduced. Thank you.
Very well. The Assembly admitted and be made available for all the proceedings. Next order. Order number 2. Hearing and examination of the proposal for audit right agreement with Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Honorable Senator, ladies and gentlemen, and the right of the House last night, the National Assembly approved two witnesses. They had done the evidence in chief to examine, re-examine, and it was done the opportunity for the Honorable Senator to seek clarification. Now, the National Assembly has a balance of 20 minutes to conclude the case. The Deputy President has 45 minutes. Having taken 1 hour from the 3 hours that have been indicated to the Deputy President for today. Let us take the time so that we can be able to conclude this matter in good time today. Now, Honorable Senators, ladies and gentlemen, we will start with the clarifications sought from the first witness of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucy. Thereafter, we will move to the second witness, and then we can now allow the National Assembly to call the third witness. Is Honorable Lucy present? Yes. You will be noting the questions and the clarifications from the Honorable Senator. The Honorable Senator from London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just clarification, but since we had started yesterday with the word of the Lord, I want to give to my brother Thomas, with the introduce through you. In Proverbs 12, verses 22, the Lord detest live reads, but he delights in those who is telling the truth. So, Mheshimiwa Msuse, once I give you with that. My quick clarification, Chair, with your indulgence. One, by the time you are giving us that the wealth of the Deputy President was 5.2 billion Kenya shillings that you allege has been acquired for the last 2 years, did you access the wealth declaration from EACC? Number one. Number two, under the CIC Act and in Mudama's case at the point rule, is shareholding part of the definition of the word incitement? Number three, in the matter of Kilifi Malindi Road, do you have any evidence to prove whether it is a private or a public road? And if it is either private or public, can you table the evidence or before the House? Number four, clarification on the issue of Justice Esther Maina. Are you telling us that since the Deputy President is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, does he not have a right as a citizen of Kenya not to bring any complaint against any officer, including judicial officers? Finally, on the update, quickly, on 1st October 10, 2024, Cabinet Secretary Mukua proposed
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, was Chief of Hotel, was it available for acquisition? And if that is so, was there any law procurement that was made? Second one, what is the age of these sons? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Council on the side of the Deputy President. My question is on attack on the national security. And knowing that national intelligence, Mr. Speaker, is a critical organ of a government. And the attack by the Deputy President is a very serious one. And I've seen the video being played that what the current president said when he was the Deputy President is equal. And I heard also the Deputy President saying, I have learned from my boss. Does that answer the question of gross misconduct on the part of attack on the security? Number two, the issue of this inheriting the widow. We've been told a lot of stories here, but I really want to know, because we are Africans, matters of widows are very critical. Have you thought of looking for the family of the late Gachagua, just to clarify so many questions that are legally around that particular family? I thank you.
Senator King. In the first round, senators allowed others also to have an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My clarification is to the DP's team. On a video that was played yesterday at a relocation point in Nairobi County, I want a clarification from the DP's team on whether their client is aware that county governments are distinct governments. And if so, Honorable Speaker, did the DP consult with the county government of Nairobi over the challenges of relocation at Kayole? And two, Honorable Speaker, there was a video that was played, either one or two, involving a speech at either rally by His Excellency the President of the Republic
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My clarification is the witness of the National Assembly. Yesterday, during the course of examination, the advocate of the Deputy President, you asserted that you have identified several companies which you have no issues and to which you do not attribute any misconduct in their dealings. Given this context, could you inform the necessity for including these companies in the present impeachment motion?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have one question for the witness in chief and one question for the council and the deputy president, particularly council Tom Sherry. So I'll start with the will you help this house understand whether all the companies that you indicated are for the sons and the spouse of the deputy president, and whether you established how old they are and estimated the net worth of those companies. Did you manage to estimate the net worth of those companies? How did you do that? To the senior counsel, the counsel Tom Masharia, in the exploration of ground number 4, you led this house to look at the particulars of the coalition document, which was happening. May you help us understand how we should interpret Article 91 of the Constitution and Article 232 of the Constitution with regards to a response on government being a company equal to our shares and not the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the issue of people government, but that is on the only guided hotel, on the appointment of Julian Jahenda as the Secretary Agent, and the letter to the Public Service Commission to the clerk of the National Assembly by volume 81 gives a different person by the name Makar Juliana Jahenda. Why do we have different names here? You need to clarify because we have a different person altogether. Two different people altogether. Second clarification is on the issue of the award of the tender on the proposed establishment of the DP's residence in Karen. Honorable Jose, the government, through the State House of Scholar, signed that contract. Wanted to know what is the relationship of this contract with the DP now that you say it has an issue. What's all about the contract and the company that did that publishing? We need to know what is the relationship and what is the malpractice that has happened. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got two questions. One to the council for the president, and the other one, I think both for clarification by the council for the president. Yesterday, in the course of your cross-examination, you took us to page 410 for 43. This is with regards to the accusation where the president tried or accused the national intelligence of what he said. Now, my clarification for you, I desire is, at that page 410, the evidence is sought to support what the president did and what the president was accused of having done is with regards to one being in office and another one alleging that he's not been able to attend sessions where that probably came from. Give us the correlation of the two. And secondly, I share the sentiments by all the senators who sought to get from you an understanding about the coalition arguments. You were able to explain yesterday the relationship between company shares and coalition agreement shares. You are at all the place of this in terms of the regimes of the two current agreements. What do you say as regards shares in a company registered under the Companies Act vis-a-vis post-election coalition agreements registered under the Companies Act and the governance of
Senator,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask Honorable Mutuse, is there a minimum age of a client in a bank to get a loan of 700
Senator,
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, my question, I'm awaiting Dr. Hannah Mudwa.
Senator, Rigathi.
Two quick questions to Mutuse. Is there any crime that a Kenyan will have committed if they have 20, 30, or even 40 companies? Because I see you have listed 22 companies here. Is there any crime by just owning these companies you feel that the person you accused has committed? Second, on this issue of the people age, surely, Honorable Producer, what is the crime of the sons of the deputy president being listed as director? Because I have tried coming to emotion to establish what you consider to be either an illegality or a crime on their part by simply being listed as directors. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to the Council for the DP and Wakili Mashari. The clips of the then DP route of play by your team, could we read it to mean that it's an admission on your part that you say, if it was done then by a sitting deputy president, please allow the current one to commit the same at this point. And lastly, the 30% allocation to Fort Kenya in the coalition agreement with ANC, how has it been realized?
Senator Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Sugar, for giving me the opportunity. I have one small question for Honorable Mutuse, and that is on the witness. Somebody who spoke by the name Peterson Jomo Mushia, who wrote an affidavit, whose affidavit that cited some solid evidence of care. He offered himself to appear and it was examined on the content of his affidavit. Was he invited?
Senator,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine are just very strict clarifications. Number one goes to Honorable Mutuse. Honorable Mutuse, in round 7, you have said that His Excellency, the Deputy President, has been acceptable amongst the humongous rule 2021 property portfolio estimated at 12.2 billion. So my question is, this is within 2 years. I know for a fact that before an election, any event in the country, 2 years into for us to see before protesting. Therefore, for comparative analysis, viewer His Excellency the Deputy President's property award during the 2022, before the 2022 elections, so that now we can view what are doing, can be able to compare and see whether for 2 years, for sure, that be able to advance this work. Number two, there is this property in many guys have called me in the last night asking me whether there is evidence to show that this land is there. The last one is the councils of the Deputy President. There was a clip which was printed yesterday when the Deputy President made a press conference in Mombasa. Immediately after the President did this in two different cities. Therefore, I did not get clarity from the council about this question of the clip. So I was really requesting whether one of them would be able to expound on that controversy. The two presses, the cities, the three sports, and the three the Southern Conference. Thank you. Senator, please. To whom does this motion belong? Because in most of your answers, you keep on saying we.
That question was asked by Honorable Enoch.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, and other than that, I want to ask whether Honorable Mutuse knows the difference between an impeachment motion and a censure motion. And if he does, why does it place his motion? Is it a censure motion or is it an impeachment motion? And what are the thresholds for each of those two motions? If you understand the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. I have two questions. One for Honorable Mutuse. In your presentation, I heard that you touched on his inheritance and property. next question is to the Council for the DP. Yesterday you made a clip of the President speaking in Ghana. What was the purpose of playing that clip? And how does it relate to the saying popularly now used by Kenyans, Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga? Thank you.
Senator Jimena.
Thank you, Speaker. My question goes to the Council for the DP on issue seek clarity on the documents that they tabled yesterday being the foundation arguments, basically form the basis as to which the DP has been talking about shares. I want to know whether there is any document that secures shares in respect of the region where the DP comes from. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, if the Council is aware that his client, at the time those documents were being prepared, he was a candidate for office, and now he successfully became VP, and that he needs to promote national unity, and it is still in order for him to continue championing for the interest of one region and against the entire nation. Thank you.
Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are two, and I would like to ask Honorable Tusek. I hold you high. I don't think that you are as idiotic as our colleagues will say. I want to ask you, between the time when the Deputy President was a member of Parliament and the time when he became the Deputy President, were you able to see whether there was a deliberate variation in the amounts of money that he was handling? Did you see whether the money that he was handling as a member of Parliament, for example, changed then to the money that you brought in, where you're saying that there is some money laundering taking place? Were you able, or are you able to show that distinction in order for you to make your case? The second question I wanted to ask you again on the same issue. When you're trying to find out whether there is money laundering on any transaction, and I know chances are you do not have the technical expertise and maybe an investigative agency to help you. But did you, by any chance, find out money moving from anywhere, either through His Excellency the Deputy President's private accounts, or any money that was being borrowed? Because I know that one property you mentioned that it was a loan, but all these other properties that you allege that the Deputy President had purchased, did you link that for money coming from some place or money coming from some illicit, like you say? Because I don't see that evidence on the table. And finally, I want to ask you again, Mr. Speaker, that if you look at the issue of the will of Mr. Gachagua, that is the former governor, did you by any chance get a way to ask either through the wife, the children, whether there was a meeting that took place where they were involved, or whether they were unhappy or happy with the transactions which were taking place? Because there isn't any evidence whatsoever of, for example, the wife complaining or the children complaining. Do you get anything like that which is substantial? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My two questions goes to you, Honorable Mutuse. First, in regards to this company by the name Crystal Kenya Limited, Ground 7, date of incorporation is 2009. And the CR12 that you have submitted to this house is for this year. Would you tell this house who was the initial director of this company? If that was so, was there any change of directorship of this company? Secondly, the one on trial is the deputy president of this country and not his two sons. You have linked Crystal be a proxy for the deputy president through his two sons. Would you tell this House if you have any evidence that shows that money was wired from Crystal Limited to the account or to any company linked to the deputy president?
Senator Shakila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Honorable Tutsi. If Judge Maina had filed any complaints regarding the being harassed by the deputy president. Thank you.
Senator Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to Mr. Mutuse. Mutuse, sorry. Is it your opinion that the DP was talking about enforcing the Kenya Kwanza coalition argument when he was speaking about the shareholding issue? And the second one goes to the DP side, that we were reminded here of the oath we took when we assumed this institution. Is it in your place to say that your client has breached his own oath even before we make a conclusion? Because we were meant to read the third schedule here on justice and directly and indirectly revealing such matters and the oath of secrecy that His Excellency the Deputy President took. In his utterances, he used to speak about not the river being touched. So in the essence of national unity, don't you think that your client, the DP, or you clarify for us that he has already breached his own oath even before we make a decision as the jury of this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question, the first question goes to you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from Wishuma, out of the 22 companies that you alleged associated with the deputy president, how many are really of interest in this particular impeachment? Yesterday we talked about the one in the red report, and we saw that 10,000 of the shares, the total shares are owned by the estate of the late Governor Gachagua. Then our comment, Honorable Speaker, is the tricks that were played yesterday on the shareholding. I think I want to ask the legal counsel for the deputy president. It looks like we did stop campaigns after election. It looks like we continue to provocate campaigns because we expect the deputy president immediately after campaigns, we stop offices on shareholding because
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, this is on phone. Governor Lorenzo, I think he said the clients in the National Assembly had given him instructions. However, tell me what is the relevance of the verse they read yesterday, and also on the floor of the National Assembly, they read a verse that when bad leaders rule, badness increases in the country. And when good leaders rule, goodness increases in the country. Finally, what is the maximum number of companies that an individual participate in another job?
Honorable, to say you may not proceed to respond. You have exactly 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, for this opportunity. I am from
from the questions that have come across, they are made attributed to the companies. And with the targets, allow me to start from there. Senator Cheriot, Senator from Margaret, and several senators have asked why I listed 21 companies and why I said I do not have an interest in some of them. Number one, I think it is important for us to understand the context within which we operate. I am not an investigator. And the law under Article 94, Article 95 does not make a member of Parliament, the National Assembly or Senate, an investigator. What I'm required to do is to establish a prima facie case, to establish that what is happening is outside the requirements of the law. And having been in this country and with a lot of enthusiasm in matters governance, I also know that this Senate has the opportunity to consider the impeachment of the late Rigathi Gachagua. And in that impeachment, if you go this House of Records, you will realize that most of the companies that are listed were also complained about by the County Assembly of Nyeri during the impeachment of Governor Rigathi Gachagua. And the complaint was specifically that there was a brother to the late governor, and the brother is one Rigathi Gachagua, who was doing all the business in Nyeri County. And from that basis, therefore, I needed to expound to find out what these companies that have been complained about during that impeachment, what these companies that have been complained about in the SMM position in terms of money laundering had to do with the Deputy President and the things that I'm alleging against him. And it is on that basis that I listed these companies. I want to invite members of this Senate to also know that in doing this, it is not just about the direct evidence, it is also about the circumstantial evidence. It's also about the circumstances that led to where we are. That there are companies that were complained about doing business in Nyeri County. It came to this Senate. That the same companies were complained about doing money laundering and acquisition of the High Court by Justice Marina has been tabled before you. And today, we are complaining that the same companies are helping to do corruption and money laundering. And that's the reason why we bring those companies. Please notice that in an impeachment, because I've been asked for pressure that I know you know about it, my work here is not to prove criminal liability. It is not to prove beyond reasonable doubt. My work here is not to prove civil liability, but to show political responsibility. And I have been able to do that. In terms of privilege, the question I want to invite honorable senators, and I request that you listen to me. I was told yesterday that the privilege, the two sons of His Excellency the Deputy President are mere directors, and that the shares are owned by the estate of the late Rigathi Gachagua. But then you ask yourself, all of you here, you have children, why would my brother's children own my estate and not my children? Why would my brother's children be the ones who are directors in my estate and not my own children? If you like to do, will the children be the ones being directors of your properties, or it is the children of your brothers? Don't you see this is suspicious? It is obviously suspicious. Number two, in law, and I want to challenge anyone. An estate, what is an estate? An estate is the totality of your belongings. So, can an estate own an estate? It is administrators. We would expect that the executors in the estate, who are named in the will, are the ones who would have been named in the shares. And we know all these tricky games that are being played around to hide ownership. And that, because I talked about circumstantial evidence, that is to be compared with the affidavit of Mr. Jomo. In terms of how Jomo was approached to be proxy in buying the property, and how the head of the question that has been asked is the one operating the account. And we have been able to show that the same Jahenda, the same lady who works at the DP's office, is the same person who is the manager at the hotel and is the one who is operating the accounts. So I invite you to see the web of secrecy, the web of conspiracy. It is a web. And this is why I say these are white collar crimes. They are done by intelligent people. Sometimes it becomes very difficult to get direct evidence, but in the totality of the circumstances, it points to money laundering and corruption. Let me now go to Senator Onani, my good friend Senator Jerangay. Thank you very much for the right of us. I will keep on reading it, and every time I read it, I will remember you. 5.2 million more. Did I ask for the oath declaration? I have said here I was not in an investigation journey. I was doing my role under the law to establish a prima facie case. And the last I know, in terms of public declaration report, this has also been asked. The Deputy President, during the presidential debate, as a candidate for election, did declare that he was worth 800 million shillings. I have listed companies, I have listed suspicious transactions that lead me to the conclusion that he is now worth 5.2 billion shillings. The law on unexplained assets, because this is important. The law on unexplained assets is such that you are asked, you own this, please tell us how you acquired it. Because as far as we know, your legitimate income cannot support this. That is what I have done. I have listed properties that I have made evidence that they are either directly or indirectly owned by the Deputy President. It is upon him, and this law is established. It is upon him to tell us where he got money to buy those properties, because in as far as you know, his legitimate sources of income do not support that income. Senator Kinyo, thank you for the question. Treetop Hotel is owned by KWS and therefore is a public institution. The expectation at law is that it should be, if it was to be leased, that needed to follow the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. And therefore we have expected an advertisement, a competitive process to lead him to the acquisition and leasing to a private person. There is no evidence that that was done, and that's why I allege and I have proved that the Deputy President used his office to influence the acquiring of Treetop's Hotel, accused of office. Whether we have had opportunity to discuss with the children and the widows of the late Impeach Gachagua, please allow me not to comment on that, because there are requests also, as I said yesterday, that we keep certain matters that come to our knowledge during this process in secrecy. Senator for Samburu, the necessity of including the companies, I have said. The children of the children of Rigathi Gachagua, they are in, I think one is in his early 30s, the other one is in his late 20s. Whether there is a age limit for somebody to obtain a loan of 700 million, no, there isn't an age limit. But the guess, yours and mine, how many children of that age in the Republic of Kenya would have security enough to secure a loan of 600 million? Because to secure a loan of 600 million, the bankers tell us that you are less poverty, probably at 10 times more in value than that. When did they acquire that property? Number two, it is not our evidence, and this is important for me to clarify, that Amadeus knowledge was acquired through a loan. It is an explanation that we have discovered. He is saying that they obtained a loan of 600 million, but the only document that was produced is an offer letter for the loan. There is no evidence to show that the loan was granted. There is no evidence to show any charge on that loan. And therefore, it is our contention that that explanation is not conclusive. That explanation cannot suffice. And therefore, it goes back to the Deputy President to tell us where he got the 5.5 million where it got the 143 million to buy those properties, because the loan is not substantiated. So that in terms of the olive gardens, we have been able to show Julian Dahenda, the one managing the hotel, and the one working in the DP's office is one and the same person. Jomo, he bought the hotel on a promise that the deputy president, the truth of the matter is that Jomo bought the hotel as a proxy for the deputy president. What problem we have with the functionary at the office of the deputy president, we do not have a problem with the tender, we have a problem with the priorities. Kenyans today, and the deputy president is talking about, are carrying about services. Is it a priority to renovate the office, or is it a priority to give water to the people of the office? Whether you would bequeath your wealth to your children or to the children of your brother. Senator Meru, from the response by the DP that he actually owns a property in Meru, so I do not need to let that. That is, he has already admitted he owns a property in Meru, that he says he got a loan from one of the local circles. He has not produced evidence for that loan. And therefore, to my contention, that issue is already closed. In terms of the NIS address in Mombasa and why we complain about it, imagine, and I do not want to imagine that. Somebody was a member of Al-Shabaab, and the deputy president, none other than the deputy president, stood up and said our intelligence system has collapsed. Would that be the right time to strike? That is the risk that the country faced by that particular announcement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let us have the second witness.
It is, I think, a shame that we speak honorable for the rest of the years on that.
Council to get it.
Yes.
There are very few clarifications that I actually was.
Yes.
We are not responding to the clarifications by Mr. responding to the clarifications.
Those are the ones I yeah. So, honorable Speaker, I have got a number of clarifications, especially on these issues. These are not. Thank you very much. Now, I began my examination of Honorable Mutuse yesterday with asking him how long he has practiced law and what law he practiced. The problems you have as present as a quasi-judicial law are born out of inexperience of legal practice. If he has practiced in succession law, I'm asking the question.
What is the source of this?
I asked him yesterday, he answered the question.
Yes, Council was giving. What exactly?
I just wanted to say that the National Assembly was provided with an affidavit by its executors for the weight of the late David Gachagua. It is before you, it is volume number 4, stated called the part affidavit of David Gachagua. Sorry, Rigathi Gachagua. It says to be before you. In that affidavit, the two executors state in comprehensive detail everything concerning that particular estate. There are four. One, the estate property was divided in accordance with the will. The public matter commenced and went all the way to the end to conclusion. All issues were resolved within the court case and in a sense are now present with CAG. That is issue number one. Issue number two, you will find in that affidavit between pages 11 and pages 19.
Who saw that clarification?
I was asked, the question was asked, I think, by Senator Donald asked.
You don't respond to what
Senator
being a
Donald.
senator is responsible.
That's what the point.
So who is clarification?
Senator Duro asked, can you please address the question of disinheriting the wills with Hunter and Martha? I believe that's what I'm saying. Yes. And so the will, as I'm explaining, does not disinherit the children or the widows or anybody else. It is merely because in the motion brought before you, there were properties listed in the motion that were part of the estate. That is the only reason this estate has become a subject of proceedings before the Senate and the National Assembly. So when you look at the will, as I said, between pages 11 to 12, at page 13, if you have the document before you, this is volume number 4. There is a long list of how this estate was divided. And I won't go through it, we'll be able to read it. So that's number one. Number two, you will see an affidavit by the executors, except the deputy president who will not sign the affidavit. These are the two remaining executors who have signed it, explaining between pages 4 and page 9 everything that was done in accordance with the law and in accordance with the law of succession, and that no one's property was taken away.
Senator Duro, procedure.
Yes. Now, I've been asked some questions about the issue of the moral video and about the shareholder agreements and whether two wrongs make a right. Our position is the opposite. Our position was that the address by the President at Moranga was in fact in confirmation of the agreements. The President was merely saying that they are implementing the agreements they agreed upon, and it was incumbent upon his deputy to assist his President in confirming that they were implementing the agreements. That is the purpose of the video, that is the purpose of those agreements. It is not to say from Makanga whatever, I think Senator Fair asked that question. It is to say Okoedi Makanga Namokoi Ereba. That is what we are asking you this morning. Senator has asked about the interrelation between Article 91 and Article 232 and how those interact with the agreement. If I would call your attention, or senators, to the contracts themselves again, I don't know if you have them. The contracts are in volume 3, and I'm referring you to page 429. At page 429, this is what the agreement is, and I'm reading, this is the primary agreement that was signed between UDA and between Fort Kenya and ANC. This is what it says. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing composition of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate change to this agreement, which change shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election scheduled on 9 August. So there was subsequent agreements executed on how these shares will be divided and be implemented. That is issue number one. Question number two, the parties gave themselves some room, and you will see this at page 430. This is Article 22, Sub-Article G. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources as well for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. When the Deputy President takes his time, we will be demonstrating to you videos where both he and his boss, the President, went out of their way to say that the voting did not matter to how we are going to implement the development agenda. I think I was asked whether there are any contracts or agreements that were signed on behalf of Kenya. I did not see any. We don't have any thus far. There were several parties from Kenya, but they didn't appreciate anything. Then, another question. The deputy president did not say the government is a company when you read the statement. He was making an example. Is yet a company. It was a tool to explain a document. That's what he was doing. I'm pressed for time here. Yes, Senator Rio asked a question about students being right and whether the current DP is conceding that because he did what the former DP did, that then he is guilty. Again, far from the truth. We are asserting, when you read the documents, the document at page 412, this is the article where the president spoke, the former deputy president spoke in Moya. This is what he said. The deputy president reiterated that he used to ask tough questions when attending the National Security Council meeting about schemes of money. It is something that has troubled me a lot, and that is why we have put it to the Kenya Government Manifesto that extrajudicial killing must come to an end. It is illegal and constitutional and offense every principle of the right of life. In law, there is no secrecy where crimes are committed or there is violation of the Constitution. The deputy president was being following the mentorship of the man who occupied office before him and was not releasing any secret that did not concern the legality or constitutionality. So that gives the person a call for secrecy. I think that was asked. And because of shortage of time, I'll allow my another colleague, Mr. Elisha White, to come and answer the questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Senators, for your 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, 10 minutes will be enough.
No, we need to know how much time you have. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the deputy president.
Proceed, Council.
Thank you. To the question whether the deputy president is aware that county governments are distinct, our answer is simple. Governments at national and county levels are distinct and interdependent. So the constitutional architecture is not to create pigeonholes, is to create cooperative and interdependent governments. And just about that argument, you will notice that the allegation against the deputy president on the Nairobi River relocation is not that he destabilized Nairobi County government, is that he refused to support implementation of a resolution of cabinet and national government institutions. Meaning that at that level, that was the understanding that it was an intergovernmental approach to clean up Nairobi River. On the question of Julian Jahenda, allow me to say this. The person who has brought Julian Jahenda in these proceedings is a deponent of an affidavit. Allow us to call him to account on that affidavit when he comes to testify himself, because we have questions for him around this witness too. Then, finally, on the question of Treetops Hotel, let me make a clear distinction. Treetops Hotel was not acquired by the company in question from KWS. Treetops Hotel was an assignment of lease. When the Kenya government issues a lease, say 99 years, you can sell that lease. So it was an assignment of lease that was already assigned by KWS to a third party. So the construction that a company associated with the electric president, rightly or wrongly, got this property from KWS, that's very wrong. There was a completely different private property that had a lease. Then that company holding that lease assigned that lease. Thank you so much. My 2 minutes are over.
The second witness.
question to Mr. Muller. Mr. Muller, if you look at the response in volume 6 by the Deputy President, the Deputy President says as follows, 4.2, volume 6, which is in page 11. In response to the allegations that he called you to be able to push for the veto. He said that this is plain paragraph 4 of the witness affidavit of Andrew Mulwa. He contradicts himself by claiming that on the 11th July 2023, I pressured him to surrender the original veto, yet by the letter dated 5th of May 2023, KEMSA had requested for collections of the original bid, thus there was no cause for pressure to be exerted on Mr. Mulwa or any other person. Now, in your affidavit on page 70, you put an excerpt of your WhatsApp or communication between yourself and Dr. Rigathi, where Dr. Rigathi is alleged, said, Dr. Ikunu Rigathi here, kindly contact me when possible. There is a document for a chief we are trying to collect. In the same affidavit, you have annexed 3 letters. One letter dated June 30th, and I want you to keep in mind of the 30th of May. June 30th, which is a letter sent to you, from KEMSA to ESCC, requesting for the veto. That is June 30th. That is a month after the date that the Deputy President alleges to have received information from KEMSA asking him to collect the veto. Secondly, you have a letter dated 11th July, where you communicate to the company called Shapika Intex Private Limited, asking them to collect the veto. Yesterday, when you're being cross-examined, you said that you were afraid. You felt pressure when the Deputy President called you, allegedly, and asked you to surrender the veto. Could you please give us a chronological events? Because this letter is dated 11th that you sent to them. You allege that the Deputy President called you on 11th. There were 17 companies, and I know this because
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to ask Dr. Andrew Mulwa the following. Confirm if the Deputy President did call you. 2, kindly confirm if Shopita Impeach Private Limited, whose agent in Kenya is Crystal Kenya Limited, had demanded that one of the winner of the 3.7 billion mosquito tenders before the tender. And finally, what was the issue with the bid bond that you said yesterday you were trying to go bid from ESCC? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed to Mutuse and maybe his lawyers. Yes, I'm directing it to his lawyers. Please, kindly give me my time. The end of looking how you are talking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me go ahead. Thank you. One of my questions is about the speech which Honorable Mutuse said that the Deputy President addressed from Mombasa. My question is there any law preventing either the President or the Deputy President from intervening if they see see any failures with the national intelligence services? Is there any law preventing them from intervening or questioning the national intelligence service, or is there any law directing them where they should ask these questions from? Two, the lady, Honorable Justice Esther Maina, has she ever made any complaint after the case was done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa, I can attest that the number you put here, through which His Excellency the President pressured you, he left the world with me because in the days you used to talk to him, I used to use the same number. Your evidence is so critical that we would like you to walk us through that conversation between the Deputy President and yourself, during which time he was putting pressure on you. Mr. Speaker, sir, from Masharia Council, you are a man of many years of experience, and you know the hierarchy of laws. The Constitution is at the apex, and all of the laws are subservient. In your attempt to justify, or rather protect, and secure the Deputy President from the accusation that he breached the Constitution, Article 27, which prohibits him from discrimination, you have chosen to justify by using an act of Parliament and the political that, but it's act that provides for the argument. Tell me, are you telling me that by dint of that act, which is subservient to the Constitution, which the Deputy President violated, therefore the act sets him free? And finally, my younger brother, Ongoya, you have told us that for Mutuse to be able to prove that there was insubordination, he needed to bring something from the supervisor of the Deputy President.
Senator Anita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember I am the one who raised this motion, this statement on the mosquito for investigation. So I am so much aware of this investigation that went on. But Dr. Mulwa, apart from the financial loss that KEMSA incurred, did the alleged interference of the relationship, the alleged interference affect the relationship between the Global Fund and KEMSA? Because I remember, of course, the tender was terminated, which was about 3.7 billion. Global Fund terminated the tender. So was there any relationship loss between the two? Number two, did the PS Josephine Mburu and CEO Terry Ramadan lose their jobs due to this tender process, during the tendering process of the mosquito net tender? Number three, did you feel intimidated and coerced to act given the office of the DP? Thank you.
Senator Ofola.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Daktari Mulwa, madai kwamba ulipata simu kutoka kwa naibu rais kufuatilia jambo linalohusu wanao. Wewe kama mtumishi wa umma unapopata simu kutoka kwa kiongozi wako wa taifa akifuata yale yanayohusu wanao, unaona ni vyema kutekeleza jinsi anavyotaka ama kufuata katiba ili kutetea yeyote aliyeomba nafasi ya kufanya kazi? Asante sana Mheshimiwa
Spika. Pia mimi swali langu ni kwa Daktari Juma kwamba hii zabuni ulisema kwa imefikiwa mbali. Je, wakati imefikiwa mbali kuna hasara yoyote ilitokea kwa serikali ama kwa KEMSA kutokana na kufikiwa mbali kwa zabuni hiyo? Pili ni kuwa wewe kama mkurugenzi wa KEMSA ulichukua hatua gani ulipopata simu ama ulipopata maelezo kutoka kwa naibu wa rais kwamba hiyo tutenda ama hiyo zabuni itoe fulani? Asante.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Murwa, I have two related questions to you. One, is the return of billboards part of the procurement process? And if it is part of the procurement process, would you say that a call from the Deputy, His Excellency Deputy President on this issue amounts to interfering with the procurement process? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. My question is to Dr. Mula, that you said DP policy. Is there, when he calls you, is there any interference with the procurement process? Thank you.
Witness, you will now proceed to make a clarification as sought by the Honorable Senator. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and Honorable Senators. I will try to answer the questions that have been put forward on the matter of the procurement of the long-lasting nets by the various senators. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Senator for Narok asked me to give a chronology of what happened, so that I may be able to bring out the issue of the pressure that I got from the President and alluded to the letter that I've submitted in regard to the tenders. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, on around the end of April, the Global Fund brought to the Kenya Global Fund Management Office communicating a pre-award review decision to terminate the procurement of the 3.7 billion mosquito net tenders. Mr. Speaker, sir, this was after the procurement had been done earlier on in February by KEMSA, and it's a usual procedure during the procurement under the Global Fund. After the evaluation of the tenders, the evaluation report is shared with the Global Fund to authenticate if full procurement procedures and law have been followed. On review, the Global Fund realized that the tender which the evaluation committee had recommended to be awarded to one Shopika Index Limited had an issue. And Mr. Speaker, I will refer to the report which I shared in the document. In the motion is page is page 76 out of page 5. Mr. Speaker and honorable senators, if you look at the report that I'm trying, the report down there has a stamp of the 21st of February 2023, having been received by one Monica at 9:07 a.m. Mr. Speaker, sir, this tender was running at the time this report is being received. The tender was the 10th of March. But the earlier closure, this week, therefore, report did not come as part of the tender document. Usually, reports are annexed to the tender document, and therefore, this report came as an ordinary. Further, if you look on top of that page, it's written PD, which is Procurement Department, FYAA, for your necessary action, and then I confirm the signature for the CEO who was there told me on the 23rd of February, while the tender was open. In other words, the Speaker, sir, this report already had issues even before the tender closed and was open. And therefore, the report was submitted outside the tender document, which is already an irregularity in the procurement. Mr. Speaker, after the cancellation of these tenders, the global fund, this issue became an outcry, and as a result, a permanent was actually the CEO and officials from the Ministry of Health and DEMSA who are suspended as a result. The CS was actually dismissed. The Speaker, an investigation was instituted by the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, the ESCC, both houses of Parliament, both the National Assembly and the Senate, investigation into the procurement anomalies. Mr. Speaker, one company wrote to us on around June 12th or thereabout, asking for return of people. This company was Shobika, and we were able to, we don't have the document because ESCC and other investigation agents had taken the original document. And therefore, we wrote back and informed them of the state. And when July came, I think the investigations were happening, officers were doing statements, and that is when I got a call from the Deputy President asking me to surrender the report to Dr. Rigathi Gachagua. On the same day, because I called ESCC, I informed them that, and for the record, Honorable Speaker, I have never received a call from anyone about my cabinet secretary. This was the first time I received a call from a sitting Deputy President and asking for documents that were the investigation. The Speaker, in my 15 years of public service, I have never been asked to do that. And therefore, I felt hard, and I had to leave the business that I had for the day, go to the ESCC, follow up the report, so that I am able to give it. I was actually able to write a letter to them and follow it up, because I written a letter earlier, and I followed up and sat there for 5 hours for them to start the report. And on the same day, I wrote a letter and called for them to collect the report. I think Mr. Speaker has explained the conversation and the pressure that I felt as an officer serving in public service. I have explained that
one.
5 minutes.
Yes, I should say this with tremendous respect. The hierarchy of laws, the infrastructure of laws, is that there are provisions left in the Constitution as self-executing. The Constitution then delegates to Senate and National Assembly the power to make laws to execute certain of its provisions. And to that extent, that statute carries constitutional authority because it is made pursuant to a constitutional provision. And that will be the case with the Political Parties Act. At Article 91 and Article 92, the Constitution prescribes what political parties and the regulation of political parties and coalitions must contain and must do. If a statute is unconstitutional, then the High Court, as it has done many times, then strikes down that statute as unconstitutional. The Political Parties Act, as currently framed, and the basis upon which these coalition agreements were drawn and registered in a government formed on the basis of those agreements, have not been found to be unconstitutional. So we're not saying that any wrong was done. We're in fact saying everything was done in accordance with the Constitution of the law. That's number two. When His Excellency the President stands to make an address before you, among the things he'll be showing in great detail with documentation and with video is the lengths to which not only he, but his ultimate point of authority, his post, the President, and the entire government went to ensure that the development was spread across the country. And I think, as I demonstrated a few minutes ago here, the contracts themselves indicated that there will be need for flexibility to ensure that you're within the Constitution. That did not derogate from the requirement by the parties to implement and to obey and to ensure the contracts were implemented. So we are done constitutionally. And then finally again, I think I keep emphasizing, they talk about government, they talk about tribes, they talk about region, and they ensure that the constitutional requirements, as I think which are asking at comments 1 and 2 were complied with. Thank you very much.
Council for the National Assembly. Clarification so far. Proceed like then we close and move on to 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The first question was whether there is any law preventing the Deputy President from intervening when they see the previous in the National Intelligence Service. The answer is that the oath of due execution of the office of the Deputy President, which is in the Constitution, is part of our Constitution, prohibits the Deputy President from disclosing matters, especially those relating to national security, that are committed to his secrecy. And therefore it was a violation of his oath of office, it was a violation of the Constitution to discuss matters of that nature at a time in the circumstances prevailing in a press conference broadcast to the whole world. There is a constitutional forum to raise those issues. And indeed, the Deputy President, I won't believe very many other officers, even ordinary citizens can write to that National Security Council if they have genuine grievances about its operations, or its personnel, or its capabilities and performance. Mr. Speaker, when that oath of office, which is part of our Constitution, says matters committed to the secrecy of the Deputy President are not to be divulged, it is an acknowledgement by our Constitution that there are certain matters which by their very nature they are not to be broadcast. So you see, usimwage mtama kwenye kuweka. Some things require discretion, they require you to be tempered, and they require you to know the forum and the occasion to do it. And therefore, it is no answer if even if we were to accept, for argument's sake, that all the grievances the Deputy President had are factually correct, it will still be no answer to that charge. The second question was whether Justice Maina has made any complaint after the case was done. We are not aware of any complaint lodged by the Honorable Lady Justice Maina. But that question, Mr. Speaker, also tells you why this is an impeachable offense. Those who know our constitutional theory say judges hold neither sword nor the past. The reason our constitution protects judges and puts them in a special place is because unlike politicians and the executive, they have no way and no forum of dealing with harassment from the political branches of government. But if we are wrong in that, Mr. Speaker, again why I'm very happy with this question, let's accept for argument's sake that indeed Justice Maina could have lodged a complaint, because it's possible she would have walked to a police station, met an OCS there, recorded a complaint and a statement. Dr. Muno has been here as a junior officer. The practicalities of an OCS, a police constable, summoning the Deputy President of the Republic to respond to a complaint. The whole spectrum from photographing, taking fingerprints, processing the Deputy President to take him to the magistrate's court to answer a criminal offense would subject that office to so much indignity. And because the design of our constitution is that people holding certain offices, in fact the constitutional text is that they should behave in a manner that brings honor and dignity to the office. It is to save the country the drama, the spectacle of a junior police officer, a junior prosecutor, harassing, arresting, prosecuting, and because we don't want to subject our democracy to this kind of showbiz. That is why this Senate is vested with the power of impeachment, and that is why our Supreme Court has said several times, as I pointed out yesterday, the test is not whether he is criminally liable or civilly liable, which is the business of the division. I so submit, Mrs. Speaker.
Our next witness is Abdi Mahmoud. He is his own witness.
Speaker, may I just make a concern? It is true that this witness was called pursuant to a summons of the Senate, but normally a witness is called to produce a particular document or to produce a particular item. As we stand now, none of us knows what this witness is coming to produce. We can't even pull it out from these massive documents. We want it to go on record that this is trial by ambush. We will know for the first time what this witness has come here to do when he is speaking. I am not on record, but for instance, I want him to tell us what documents this witness wants to rely on, so that against all the evidence we have witnessed, at least we can have some semblance of looking at it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
answer. Or say,
The documents to be identified by the witness are contained in volume 8A of our
calling the witness. Now, just to remind Council, the department is concluded the case, and the Council, the Deputy President, is still allowed 5 minutes after this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to use 15 minutes to make the witness have 5 minutes for any question. So before the witness testimony, counsel for the deputy secretary, you confirm now that you understand and you know the documents that the witness is going to use as contained in volume 8A. And these are the documents that we need with respect to which I made a ruling for half the night. We do, to speak up. Thank you so much, Council. Yeah. So this is, we cannot, under the chair has not allowed prior proceeding.
Thank you. I, Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
So I want to start. Introduce yourself. Yes. Work, rank, and organization work without the institution.
Thank you. My name is Abdi Mahmoud. I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Corruption Commission. I have worked at the Commission since 2005. I started off as a senior investigator. Right now, I'm the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. My main responsibilities are to assist the Chief Executive Officer of the Commission in the day-to-day running of the Commission, among others. Another key role and responsibility that I hold at the Commission is that I chair the Commission Management Committee on Investigation Evaluation. Basically, I have been an investigator since 2005 when I joined the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. You are before the Senate this morning. Following some cases were issued with your institution. And in some cases, the 3 areas of the case that you finished up with the Senate are those 3 areas which were guided.
If I may refer to the document, the system. Thank you. So there are three areas that I was requested to comment on. The first one is an investigation that the Commission conducted on a procurement on the supply of long-lasting insecticide nets at the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA. The second issue that I was commenting on is the declaration of gifts and donations received by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President, during his tenure out of the office to date, pursuant to Section 14(5) of the Leadership and Integrity Act. The third issue that I was to comment on is the declaration of conflict of interest made to the Ethics and Corruption Commission by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the President.
So we go to the first issue which you are asked to address yourself. And I wish to refer to the Honourable Speaker to our bundle 8 of our documents. Can you identify the document at page 3 of that document?
Yes, I can identify. This is a letter that we did to the clerk of the National Assembly on 23rd September 2024. It was responding to a letter that we received from the National Assembly requesting us to furnish the National Assembly with information on the investigation that we conducted on the long-lasting insecticide nets and to indicate in our responses any outcome or status of the investigation that we did.
So your letter is that volume relates to procurement of certain items and services.
You're correct.
You have raised the Senate, sorry, the National Assembly in that letter. You have raised the Senate on its content.
The content is the procurement of long-lasting insecticides by KEMSA. This was in the year 2023, and the Commission, in its functions, either it conducts investigation on its own motion or at the instigation of other parties. For this particular investigation, we did receive a letter from the CS, who was then in charge of the Ministry of Health, indicating that there were certain irregularities in a procurement of insecticide nets by KEMSA, and the CS then wanted us to conduct investigation and find out whether certain procurement irregularities did take place. And from that, we actually did carry out investigation, and the outcome of the investigation so far is already reflected in the letter that we provided.
And what was the outcome of the investigation?
There were serious procurement challenges that affected that particular tender. The major one was change of specifications to suit a company called Shodika Intex Limited, which was having, which had a local agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited that had the sole the responsibility, or rather the sole function, to provide certain chemicals, certain mosquitoes that had certain chemicals. So basically what the investigation concluded is that there are two types of chemicals that were used on these particular nets. If I may read one of them, one is called synergist piperolene PPO, long-lasting insecticide nets, while the other one is pyrethroid long-lasting insecticide nets. So this company had the sole distribution rights on this chemical called PTO. And in totality, from the investigation, we realized that the PS at that particular time did write to the CEO of KEMSA, instigating or rather compelling the CEO of KEMSA to change the specifications so that it can fit the chemical that was to be provided by Shopika Impex Limited, whose local agent was Bristol Kenya Limited. Basically, that was the starting point. The other problem was that there was, when the tender was closed on the the company, this is Shopika Impex Limited, at that particular time wanted to have a billboard introduced into the document, the tender document. Yet we all know that in procurement, the tender document, the billboard is supposed to be part of the tender document. They're supposed to be delivered there. But in this circumstance, the billboard was delivered by hand to the CEO's office on 23rd, when the tender was supposed to close. So they have to find a way of extending the period of closure up to 10th of the next month of March, so that that particular billboard which are issues can now be factored in or rather regularized, and so that this company called Shopika would benefit out of that particular extension. Of course, there are many other issues. Like we also realized that at the end of when the tender was discontinued, for example, there is a company called TNG, we called the National Trading Company, that was among the bidders that initially bid for this particular thing. They were disqualified on the fact that they were not authorized by a manufacturer. This company had provided sufficient evidence and proof that they actually manufacturers. So a company that is a manufacturer was disqualified on the ground that they did not provide authorization from a manufacturer. Yet they are actually manufacturers. So those are some of the challenges that the company had.
At the end of the day, what became of this tender?
At the end of what happened is, after the technical committee of the KEMSA did recommend Shopika to be awarded the tender. For this tender was actually was being financed by brokers. So the argument was after the tender evaluation committee's report is done, that report is to be handed over to brokers, the finances. So when that report was surrendered and handed over to the global fund, the global fund realized.
You said that the evaluation of KEMSA, made a recommendation that Shopika be awarded.
That was the finding. That was the recommendation of the technical committee.
What happened?
What happened is the global fund decided to terminate the tender and asked an internal firm, or rather an internal organization called WOPO.org, which is the procuring arm of global fund, to do the procurement. And eventually, one of the companies that were actually disqualified because they were not authorized by a manufacturer ended up winning that tender, together with another firm called NZ Textiles Limited. So those were the eventual winners, but that was after the termination of the recommendation by the technical committee of the institute.
So, Just to clarify to myself, a company which had been disqualified by KEMSA ended up being the supplier. That is following the process which was undertaken by Global. That is correct. What became of the people? When we were investigating this, when the investigation was not going, we collected all the bid bonds, all the funds that actually bidded, so that not only the bid bonds, but all the documents that related to the tender, so that we would evaluate as record statements. Now, the one that had issues was this one for shorting. But when the tender was terminated, ordinarily there will be no need to hold on to tenders or on the documents submitted by the tenderers, and they usually return. But for this particular one, because it was a questions document, the CEO of KEMSA went to the ESCC requesting for that document and eventually we did hand over the document to him after recommending disciplinary action against all the officers who were involved in the tender process, starting with the CEO, the technical committee members, the head of procurement agency. For this particular document, we collected, we have a certified copy, which will be collected in case there will be need to do an investigation, because there could have been other offenses that could come out of the investigation. Did you hand over the bid for the other company that was supposed to be they were done? They were done. Let's go to the second issue which was identified in your invite. Probably we should start with the third one, which relates to conflict of interest by state officers and public officers. You are a long-serving officer of Ethics and Corruption Commission. I suppose you are familiar with conflict of interest in terms of the Constitution, policy, and regulatory. If you are faced the same, one answer. Okay, thank you. So conflict of interest is actually addressed under Section 16 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. And it clearly states that a state officer or a public officer shall use the best efforts to avoid being in a situation where personal interests conflict or appear conflict with the state officers or public officers' official duties. Now, when we talk of personal interest, we look at Section 6, which explains or rather indicates that personal interest includes interest of spouse, child, business associates, agents, or any other person which the state officer or public officer has a direct or direct interest. Basically, in practice, what happens is we also have the regulation, which is the subsidiary law of that particular act. If we look at the conflict of interest, what if that particular part 3 of the leadership and integrity regulation clearly specifies how conflict of interest is considered by public officers. And in summary, how are state officers deal with respect to politics? All public institutions are actually required to maintain a conflict of interest registers, which can be inspected by individuals upon application. That is the starting point. If, for example, a public officer or a state officer feels that he is conflicted, he is supposed to declare the conflict in that particular register. And you know, the commission also has a role in that the commission is actually mandated to enforce and implement the Leadership and Integrity Act together with the regulations. And you say, that is correct, you say that conflict of interest extends to children, houses, and businesses. Very correct.
That is correct. That is subsection 6, section 16.
Let's go to the third issue, your right, which is inflation. Gifts.
Okay, gifts. If you look at section 14 of the Leadership and Executive Act, together with section 5 of the regulations of the same act, it is clearly indicated that gifts of received by a public officer is a donation to the state. That is what regulation 5 indicates. If you go down there, you'll also see that a state officer or public officer who receives a gift whose value exceeds 20,000 shillings shall be given for 8 hours for reporting to the office. Surrender is to the public entity in which the officer is employed. It also goes further in subsection 4 to indicate that a state officer or a public officer who receives a gift in terms of this regulation shall, irrespective of the monetary value of the gift, declare the gift received from the public entity which the public officer represents. Finally, all gifts are supposed to be regardless of the monetary value. Yes, that is correct. But what I simply should have mentioned is that public officers and state officers are banned to receive any monetary gifts. So here we are dealing with gifts that are not monetary. For monetary, it is their part, or rather their part, from receiving any monetary gift. But yes,
and in the same manner, with respect to public offices, we have registered public offices. Do we have a register of offices?
Yes, we have a register of benefits in each and every public agency where officers who receive gifts are supposed to declare immediately and we have declared for 8 hours. And what I would also wish to mention is that
what is the role of the Commission in relation to gifts?
Now when you look at subsection 9 of the regulations, you will see that a public entity shall, at the close of every financial year, furnish the Commission with a report specified and all the gifts, any gift the entity has disposal, all that. And then subsection 3 was talking about reports. The report under paragraph 1 shall be submitted to the Commission within 30 days after the close of the financial year.
So just so that we can close on that, every financial year, the Commission is supposed to receive the registers of gifts from all state entities. That's what we are actually. Have you received the register of gifts from the office of the President?
No.
Okay. That will be your
Council for Executive President, you will now proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll be very brief with you. You did receive the summons this morning, yes?
I received the summons yesterday afternoon.
And you have come and testify with respect to what aspect in the motion of improvement?
There were 3 items.
Yes.
Which I listed.
Kindly grab your notice of improvement, the motion. Yeah, the motion of improvement. At Volume 1 of the National Assembly. And as you do so, kindly again repeat or state the thematic areas you're supposed to testify with respect to.
So, let me start off by looking at the summons which I received yesterday. So the first one, the investigation of the Ethics and Corruption Commission of Tender. The number is given there.
Thank you. Now let's go to that 10. What is a document in the notice of motion with respect to that?
What is the mover of the motion agreed with? The use of the 10 testifies. What is the mover of the motion agreed with respect to this tender of EFSA? The simple question, don't need to refer.
But they need to refer to the so that they can read the exact.
Okay, but we
Council, you know the motion better than the witness. You can just take him down.
Let's go to
several times.
You page 34?
Page 34.
Yes.
Page 34.
You reckon that the mover is agreed by indicating that the Deputy President bullied him and exerted unnecessary pressure to respect this tender, correct?
As per the document, yes.
You have, that is the question, correct?
That is what is actually here, but that is not part of the evidence.
That is not part of the evidence. Does the evidence relate to the notice of motion, to the notice of impeachment for this assembly?
It does. But
is there a complaint in the notice of impeachment that relates to conflict of interest that you know of?
So what I would really request you, let us deal with the entire evidence.
Yes,
don't take me to the evidence.
We agree with this. Is there a complaint that relates to conflict of interest in the notice of motion? If yes, kindly point it out for the assembly. Do not. You have not gone through the motion. Is there a complaint that relates to gifts and how gifts must be dealt with? Do you know or you do not know? It is not. Now, in respect to this tender, are you aware that this Senate sat and conducted an independent investigation in that respect?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware?
I'm only aware of the investigation the SEC for that.
So in respect to this motion that is before the Assembly, what investigation did you conduct that relates to the gift in this Assembly?
I was requested to talk about...
So we are talking about the notice of impeachment before the Assembly, Mr. Witness.
I'm referring to the summons that was given by this House.
And the summons must relate to the proceedings, correct?
I'm not the originator of the summons. How would I know how to relate? I will confine myself to these summons. And there are three issues I was to address. One of them is gifts.
How many companies bidded in that particular process?
I think there were about 17.
There were about 17.
Yes.
Did all the bids pass?
As in terms of the award?
Yes.
Finally, the award was given to two companies.
Yes, which companies were they?
Let me get the names. Yeah, the two companies that eventually won after the local fund protected their own tender.
Yes.
One is called TNG, the International Trading Company.
Yes.
The other one is A to Z.
Do you know what led to the cancellation of the tender?
I know.
Yes, what led to the cancellation of the tender?
Direct favorism to Shobika.
There was direct favorism to Shobika.
You know,
please get hold of the volume 3 of the documents by the President.
Sorry?
You get hold of volume 3. Volume 3 of our bundle of documents. And as soon as you get it, you go to page 221. Volume 3, page 21 is for witness. And as soon as you grab it, you go to paragraph 100. Which page? Page 221. Paragraph 100. Volume 3. Let me assist you. same time. Page 221. Paragraph 100.
Paragraph 100. Yes. I'm there.
Yes. Paragraph 100.
I'm there.
Yes. Can you read what the report indicates?
There is report dated 25th April 2023, Global Fund noted that Kemsa had failed to apply the evaluation criteria consistently to all bidders and that none of the bidders met minimum requirements.
So what is indicated that none of the bidders met the minimum requirement? Yes. Let's go to page 221, 222. 22. At paragraph 106. And again, read it out, please.
Notwithstanding Kemsa's observations, in a letter dated 4th May 2023, the active director of the Government Information of the process, the CEO approved, and on 5th May 2023, the termination was completed.
What was terminated?
The process.
The process of bidding, correct?
Yes.
Why was it terminated?
Now,
paragraph 100, Mr. Witness, paragraph 100.
Absolutely.
You know, I am protesting.
I will not be dealing with my evidence. I will not deal with evidence of other institutions. The Senate is an independent institution. The ESC conducted its own investigation. Please ask me questions related to the investigation.
Now, after making your statement, please read the reason why the termination was actuated. Paragraph 100.
You want me just to read for the sake of it, but I'm not owning this evidence. I'm only owning the evidence by ESC.
I didn't ask you to own it.
Witness, the counsel is asking you to read a certain paragraph.
Okay.
Just read it.
Yes.
Which paragraph?
I have asked you to read paragraph 106, correct?
Yes.
All the terminations, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you to state for the assembly the reasons why the termination is being recommended, correct?
Yes.
And I've told you that that answer you'll find it at page 221, paragraph 100, correct?
Correct.
And that the bidding was terminated because the bids failed to meet the minimum requirements, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, the cancellation was not as a result of your alleged favoritism, correct?
That is not my evidence. My evidence is
yes, I know.
It's clear favoritism.
Clear favoritism. Look at paragraph 226. Sorry, page 226.
226. Yeah.
Yes. Look at paragraph 136. Yeah. Read paragraph 136.
In late 2023, he learns from the global fund.
Where is this learning from global funds?
I just took the rest.
Yeah, look at paragraph 225 so you can get to know his learning.
235.
Yeah, 225. That is the evidence by one Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO Kemsa, correct?
Now, 225. 125.
225. Up here.
Which paragraph?
Up here.
Yeah, submissions by Dr. Andrew Mulwa.
Yes.
CEO.
So what is he saying now at paragraph 136?
136 in April 2023, he learned from global fund. Pre-award review report that the long lasting next tender was to be cancelled on account of inconsistencies in the bid evaluation.
Yes?
Yes.
So why was it cancelled?
The issue is who caused the bid?
No, it's not who caused. We are looking at the report. What does it indicate at that paragraph, the issues of the cancellation?
Paragraph 136.
Yes.
On account of the
it speaks to the fact that the bid or the tender was cancelled, correct?
It does, yes.
And it speaks to the reason that it was cancelled on the basis or on the reason of inconsistency, correct?
Correct.
And therefore your testimony that it was a result of favoritism does not fit well with the evidence contained at paragraph 106 of the band, correct?
This my
no, I just want you to read it yourself, that paragraph. This is what is stated. That the reason for the cancellation was the inconsistency with your witness, yes?
Consistencies, yes. but
Thank you. Let's go
how
on.
is the consistency?
Let us go to that one. You shall explain in another forum, not here. Let's go to paragraph 230. So page 230.
Page 230.
Yes.
Which paragraph?
230.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph G.
G, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you read it out?
At the evaluation stage, the audit team established that only 2 leaders passed the preliminary evaluations and proceeded to the technical evaluation that is leader number 3. The team is called International.
Which two companies passed?
As per this one, the team is called
Yes.
International.
Yes.
Leader number 7.
Yes.
Premier Movers Limited contributed to evaluation.
Is Shopika part of those bidders?
No, it's not.
It's not. Look at paragraph, look at page 231 again, paragraph J. Page 231, paragraph J.
Paragraph J, yes.
Yes, read J.
The termination of the tender complied with section 62 of the Act and global guidance.
So the termination was lawful, correct? And it complied with the procurement act, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Let us look at page 246.
246.
Yes, page 246, paragraph 213. Paragraph 213.
213, yes.
Yes, what is the report indicating?
Following the cancellation of the tender, FEPSA, TNT placed an order of 10.2 billion, yes, for water, for the website, and procurement was subsequently done in line with the technical specifications provided by the Ministry of Health.
So the nets were eventually procured, correct or not correct?
They were eventually procured.
And it took the interventions of global funds to procure them, correct?
Correct.
And that you look at paragraph 215, yes?
Yes, and then
Read it out.
further, prior to the cancellation of the tender, differences arose between global fund team, the immediate foreign affairs, State Department of Public Health, and professional standards with regard to operations, and ongoing as the ENPM Ministry of Health. It was noted that these differences.
It was noted that these differences may have played a role in the final decision by global funds to terminate the tender processes, correct?
Correct.
Did that have anything to do with the Deputy President? According to the statement you have just read, it has nothing to do with the Deputy President. Let us now finally answer your issue at page 271. 271.
Page.
Yes, and read loudly paragraph 24 and 25.
271. Paragraph
25.
The committee of that is 24. The committee observed that following the termination of the tender by the was not that was a couple of months.
Just read it loudly.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, when there was no apparent loss of public funds,
there was no apparent loss of
and lost USD 455,589 for approximately 70 million in procurement fees.
The report from the Senate indicates there was no loss of public funds, correct?
Let me read this paragraph again so that
yes, proceed.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
just put a post of there. Post. What does the committee observe?
You don't want me to finish?
Yes, I'll read to that other part.
Okay.
What does the committee observe?
No public funds lost.
No public funds lost. In your investigations, separate investigations that you conducted, did you arrive at the same conclusion? Did you or did you not?
There was no public funds lost.
There was no public funds lost. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let us look at paragraph 25.
25 years.
Yes, read it out.
The committee observed that the cancellation of the tender appeared under the influence of the global funds and effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end.
Thank you. What occasioned the cancellation?
The cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by a block of funds apparent effort to exact significant control of the process.
Is there any evidence indicating that the deputy president was involved in that process?
No.
Was his companies involved?
No.
Was his family involved?
No.
Any evidence that you have before this assembly? That respect?
The evidence I have.
No. Any evidence that any of them were involved?
On this report? On my report? On this report, no. On my evidence.
Let us go to the next paragraph here. This concludes that global funds teams based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about autonomy and the ability of the local government. Just read it out.
That is paragraph 2.
Yes, the same paragraph.
Okay. The committee observed that cancellation of the tender appeared to be influenced by global funds apparent efforts to exert significant control of the procurement process in the meeting. This included global fund team based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about the autonomy and the ability of the local government agencies.
The autonomy of the organization, correct? Let us look at paragraph 222 again. Sorry, it's 222. 222 for you, please. And when you get there, you look at paragraph 107. It's 222.
Paragraph
107. Would you kindly read it out?
107. It is further a testimony that I think it was testimony.
Yeah, that is a testimony of the submission of Terry Ramadhan, immediate CEO.
Okay.
Yes, you find that at page 219. Yeah, but now I'm interested in paragraph 107.
It was further a testimony that the authority has struggled to maintain its autonomy.
The authority has struggled to maintain its autonomy, yes.
Owing to the undue influence.
Owing to undue interference
from
the cabinet secretary for health, yes, of course. Who was the cabinet secretary for health at the time in issue? Yeah, who was? This regime has only had two cabinet secretaries.
Let me just confirm. Because she did a letter to us, so.
Council,
the name is.
just hold on, witness.
This is.
Hold on, Mr. Ab.
Yes.
Council,
yes.
I thought for the determining witness, you were determining for evidence.
No. Those are not the rule of the commission, Mr. Speaker, sir. I respect feedback.
The reason why the witness has taken
he doesn't have the questions.
No, he has.
No, I am asking him to read. Okay, I will read it.
Proceed. If that's your line of argument, proceed.
Thank you for giving me the latitude. Who was the cabinet secretary at the time the bid was being cancelled? Nakumicha. Has this Senate found that what occasioned all these cancellations of these tenders was the loss of the autonomy of KEMSA?
I would want to confine myself to my evidence.
I know that this time you wish to
talk about the evidence.
Okay, then read that paragraph. Just read for me. Paragraph 47. And I want to finish up with you.
Okay. Paragraph 107. It was part of her testimony that the authority had struggled to mistake its autonomy owing to the undue interference of the cabinet secretary for health. For instance, she stated that on 22nd March 2023, she received a note from the CS asking her to assist a certain
She received a note from the CS asking the CEO to assist one Ken Ogola, correct?
As per this statement, yes.
Have you seen any company associated with the deputy president being accused of these interferences?
No.
Let's go to your bundle as the finisher, volume 8A. Any evidence from volume 8A that you've brought that links the deputy president's company to the cancellation of the tender?
Yes.
Look at your paragraph, look at the letter dated that September. your letter dated 23rd September and look at the recommendations.
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for high leadership against defense officials and administrative officials. There is a pending issue.
It's okay. I want you to limit yourself to what I am asking in that respect.
Yes.
You are recommending administrative action to defense officials.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. But the fine
In that particular paragraph, any recommendation for the prosecution of the company issue? In that particular paragraph?
the file is open.
It's okay.
As per this recommendation,
You brought the documents here. They did not your problem what you have in the office.
yes.
Any recommendation that that company? No. Thank you. Let us go to a letter dated 21st August. Correct?
My bundles.
Of your bundles.
By who?
You, the ESC bundles, what that you're just looking at. Don't leave volume 8A. You can see the letter dated 21st August, correct?
I get the letter. 21st August, yes.
Can you see the recommendation at page 7?
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for the investigation established that the chief executive officer, Ken Satel Ramadan, said to ensure compliance with the procurement processes and the law, contrary to section 44 of the PPDR.
That Ramadan was in breach of the law, correct?
Correct.
A person who is in breach of the law, what happens to him or her?
There are many ways of dealing with that.
The law sanctions that are correct.
Exactly.
Do you know what sanction was given to Terry?
I wouldn't know that.
Do you know that she's now currently the ambassador to New Delhi?
That was not our expectation. We
I know.
administrative action taken against the lady.
So, did any person, either the chief executive officer, report to you that he has received any intimidation, harassment, bullying from the office of the president?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Did you receive any complaint?
Not we as
Did you receive any complaint?
No.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, finally, where do you place your evidence in these proceedings?
These proceedings, I place my evidence on the conflict of interest bit.
Conflict of interest.
Which I say, personal interest.
It's okay that you say that, and I understand the
Allow me to finish, please.
So, show me in the notice of motion, I put it to you, that in the notice of motion, there is no charge as against the deputy president for conflict of interest. Does that surprise you, that there is no such a charge?
It doesn't.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Council announced assembly.
Now, so there's one more question. Between your statement that you have made and the Senate's report, which one do you want us to rely on? Which one? There are only two options. It's either your report or the report by the Senate. I don't give me an explanation.
I can stand by my report.
So we disregard the report by the Senate, correct?
I did tell you that.
So we disregard the report by the Senate. Is that a
I can only stand by my evidence, which I can prove in any.
Has that report by the Senate indicated any investigations on the ground of favorism, conflict of interest, and gifts?
No, I haven't got through the report, so I will go.
Council, are you done?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Secretary President.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done. I'm also fresh.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I have around 4 minutes.
We have clerk, how many minutes available to now, I'm afraid council is time is up. However, that's why you can go.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to borrow 10 minutes in respect of this.
Proceed.
Yes. Go to paragraph 188 and of the sentence and then what the Senate so 188 and the financial evaluation, the evaluation committee, the foreign leaders, the evaluation committee, I think it's our issue. The foreign leaders for our item 001 was created rectangular committee. Number 1 is Shokika Index Private Limited. Leader number 2, Shokika Index Private Limited, was recommended to award a price of $95 million. So there was a recommendation by the evaluation committee for an award to Shokika Index. So I will continue that process. To confirm also that what you've been taken through by our friend are the various testimonies of the witnesses who appeared before the Senate. And those testimonies ran from page 202 all the way to page 265. Is that right? Yes, that's correct. So what council has done is to give you the various protestations by the witnesses who came before the Senate. Correct. What is important is the recommendations and observations of the Senate, which is contained in pages 266 to 274. Is that correct? Correct. And allow me to just highlight 3 of the observations which were taken also in Senate. Look at page 267. Page 267. Under the rubric, yes, in regards to the tender specification. Page 267, I could be. In regards to the tender specifications. The Senate picked out the tender specifications as an issue, which am I, correct? Correct. Go to page 268. Yes. They also picked out the issue of extension of the tender. Yes. And in particular, read to the sentence. Paragraph 16(1). Paragraph 16(1). The sequence of events leading to the extension appeared solicited and mischievous as evidenced by evidence. The Senate is saying that the extension appeared solicited and mischievous, and the event were reasons. Yes, 6 reasons actually. Sure, I pay attention. And then they also pick up under D the manner in which KEMSA evaluated the tender. Is that correct? So this report of the Senate crimes with your observation. You don't have to respect. Is that also correct? At paragraph E, the Senate then discusses the process led to cancellation. It's titled cancellation of the tender. Is that correct? And they say that though there was no loss of funds, KEMSA lost 70 million shillings. Yes. Give the comments. Yeah, paragraph 224. Yes. So in all material respects, this report crimes to the report. Yes. That is correct. And there is no reason for you to disorder. You've also been told that conflict of interest is not an issue which has been raised by the group of the motion. Correct? To the best of your knowledge, that's the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act Sorry, Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act have a clause for confidence. And it does. The Leadership and Integrity Act also does. I will identify to the Senate during my submissions the relevant section of the same information. And we wish to close.
Thank you. We will now move to allow the honorable senators to ask questions or speak first. Starting with the Senator from the Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I've got two quick clarification questions. One from the witness, and then one from the counsel who cross-examines the witness. Mr. Abdi, you indicated to this stage that eventually, of all the 17 companies that did bid for this tender, all of them eventually got all their billboards and documents back. However, the witness that appeared before us, called Mr. Bulo, indicated that on the 11th of July 2023, he received a phone call from the Deputy President to be able to come and collect the billboard for Shodika, specifically from ESCC. I want to know, when did the other 16 companies get their billboards from ESCC? Did they get it at the same date that the former witness indicated that he waited for 5 hours from ESCC? Or did they get them from ESCC at a variable date? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, the counsel for the Deputy President has steadily relied on the Senate report. And if you look at page 218 all the way to page 230, it is submissions to Senate by different individuals. Council, your submissions itemized by individuals who appear before Senate in your best understanding amount to Senate's findings and resolutions in your best understanding. And what do you make of page 275 of Senate recommendations and not findings? Because you did indicate to this House that those were Senate findings. Are they findings or are they submissions of individuals to the Senate of Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa shahidi, umeelezea bunge la Senate ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali hawakubaliwi kuchukua pesa kama zawadi, lakini wafanyikazi wa serikali wanakubaliwa kuchukua zawadi aina nyingine. Na tena ukasema katika ESCC kuna orodha ambayo mnaorodhesha kila kitu ambacho kinachukuliwa na mfanyakazi yoyote wa serikali. Tunajua kwamba makamu wa rais amekuwa mbele ya Kenya nzima akasema amepata ng'ombe kutoka kwa marafiki zake wa bonde la Ufa kama zawadi. Ninataka kuuliza na uelezee hii bunge yetu ya Senate. Je, uko na orodha ya yote ya hizo ng'ombe za maziwa ambazo zilipatikana ambazo anasema aliziorodhesha? Hiyo ndio swali yangu kwa. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two questions. I would like to ask the Council of the Deputy President.
tell the House why was it the Deputy President calling the CEO of KEMSA asking for a list of the people and not the CEO of the Christian company? Yes, he's not an employee or a director of the same company. But Mr. Speaker, so I equally want to ask the Council of the Deputy President to enlighten me and prove to this House that on how they called the Deputy President to the CEO of KEMSA pertaining a people that was in process of assumption, not a conflict of interest. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to ask the Council if the Deputy President knows that he's not a regional leader, but a national leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is the Deputy's Council. Now, I saw you trying to cross-examine the witness before us on a report of the Senate, which I believe he has not interacted with. And again, the motion that was before the House and also the National Assembly. What are you trying to drive out of that? Thank you.
Senator Joyce Correa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is, I wanted to know what informed the extension of time, the change of dates from the extension of time from the new procurement process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to Mr. Abdi. You received a letter from the Health Ministry on 11 May 2023. Then in your wisdom, you replied 16 months later, when the CS has even left the office. My question, and that is 5 months after the Senate looks into the issue and comes with the report. Are you part of the conspiracy? Don't answer me. Answer your children.
Senator Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the question I intended to ask has already been asked as a task. I do not want to
Senator
And Honorable Senator, when you're given an opportunity to seek clarification or ask a question, we will do a moment to get a kick-off of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Abdi, I just wanted a clarification whether ESCC, when ESCC conducts the investigation, are they guided by other investigations? Because through the cross-examination, I think it was vis-a-vis the parliament, investigation. So I think these are two different investigations. So I wanted that clarification, whether
guided by Parliament, because the Parliament are not experts. That's why we always bring in or look in ESC to assist us with the investigation. Number two, would you call it a bribe if a gift is not declared, or gift or gifts in a public office? Would you call it a bribe? Just the last one to the council. How do you cross-examine what someone came and said, but not exactly specific findings of the Senate? Because I found it a bit contradicting. Because the resolutions of the Senate is based on committees' observation and recommendations, but not investigations. Thank you.
Senator Kagame.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mine is not the council of the refugees, but the remarks which has been given out by Senator Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the word is. I was not associating myself as a senator or a senator because remarks were witness appeared before the Senate. But please don't answer me, answer the people. That will be swallowed from the records of the Senate.
Order, Senator Karum, that is parliamentary and totally out of order. Proceed to start that statement. Failure to which the chair will.
Mr. Speaker, as I withdraw, this session is viewed by everybody. At home, our children too. Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I retract. I withdraw. Please answer.
Take your seat, Senator Karum. Please. Senator Karum,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And as a mother, I think I've also felt my heart with Senator Kamungu. But because it has been brought, thank you. We should never ever. I know we had a meeting, closed our meeting before we started this. And we all agreed. Thank you. So, mine is to the party. The question is to the party on whatever you are trying to do on the procurement irregularities. But my question is, are you putting to the others because the company a lot of focus on the procurement department in all the ministries? So I hope this continues very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask Mr. Abdi this question. In your observation, maybe just a paragraph, what do you interpret happened about this Center for Instruction in terms of the procurement, in terms of the management of the exercise and the conclusion, as an officer whose responsibility is actually to investigate if there was any breach of the law, and if necessary, make recommendations to the DPP. What conclusions did you reach when you were analyzing this matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, before this House, implicated the Deputy President in a scandal of the 3.7 billion cancer deal. In your own investigation, can you corroborate what Dr. Mulwa has said before this House? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question Kwanzaa agreement, another friend, to clarify a few issues. Mr. Council, can you clarify from the agreement, the Kenya Kwanzaa agreement, whether there are any shares of the following counties? Please note this. This is important. Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori County, Homa Bay County, Kitui County, Mombasa County, Vihiga County, Mandera County, Marsabit County, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Lamu, and Nairobi County. I just want to know whether this is important because the legal crank the twists and turns in place is that you will then interpret, Council, whether the agreement violates Article 210(2)(b) of the Constitution, inclusivity, diversity, discrimination, and the obligation of the President under Article 131. Lastly, Council, please just tell us whether, in your view, the relationship between the Deputy President and the President, because you played the two clips under Kenya Kwanzaa, has broken down irretrievably. That will help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to seek more information from Mr. Abdi on was it in order for the bid bond document to be released while there was an ongoing investigation? And secondly, did EACC clear Madam Terry Ramadan as the ambassador? Thank you.
Thank you, the Speaker. A few things to clarify from EACC. One, did you find it necessary to record a statement from Crystal and Sheridan in that court? Were they any mentioned? Were they anything of interest in the investigation? Secondly, has Sheridan ever done any business in Kenya or global fund before the case of record? In your investigations, you find that. In your letter, I see you have recommended administrative action against the CEO, the acting director of procurement, and two procurement officers. I see no recommendation of any action, not necessarily against them, against Crystal or against Sheridan. And I think that's in line with your own recommendation that in this case of record, there was no public funds lost. And eventually, the deed was returned. So in your own investigation, what is that issue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I want to put forward a witness from the EACC. I've listened to his evidence. They want to know on behalf of the whole House whether the contract for Mosquito Net, which was drawn out of the affairs, those were after those confessions from him. So my question is, Honorable Speaker, can he connect the company application to the DP to the withdrawal of that contract? But two, Honorable Speaker, I have also listened to Mr. Morwa, Dr. Morwa. One would want to know, is it not for ordinary CEO to come and become in office for 5 hours?
Senator,
My question to the witness is that we've been told by Dr. Mulwa that the people of Kenya lost money, they lost time, they lost the number of nets they were going to get, and services to people. Now, does EACC end at just saying you recommend administrative action? Now, who takes responsibility for the loss of all of that the people of Kenya did? And what responsibility is taken in respect of tinkering with the procurement in order to give it to the wrong person for it to be found not to have been correct? Honourable Speaker, one more question to Council. Now that Professor Ogenda has asked, I want to take the opportunity to ask Council Macharia, you referred to the Political Parties Act Schedule 3 as the instrument with which you allege that the shareholding, in your view, that was being spoken about is contained in the coalition government of Kenya Kwanza. Can you give us the exact provisions of Schedule 3 of the Political Parties Act that says that shareholding can be done on development projects in Kenya?
Senator Moody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Excellency Deputy President's Council as to whether the Deputy President, in his own conscience, realized that this shareholding narrative is really going negative, and what did he do about it? Or he just went all the way up to where the things are now without he himself realizing that it is going the wrong way.
Senator Junior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, just want to ask the witness, Mr. Abdi. He has stated that as per the investigation, EACC, that the closing date was moved for this tender was moved from the 23rd of February 2023 to 10th of March in order for the process to favor Shobika, for whose local agent was Christ. Can you clarify, Mr. Abdi, whether this extension of the tender period was due to the late delivery of big bond? Because you say that the tender was also attached to a big bond that was late. Was the reason the late delivery of the big bond, or the specifications of the long-lasting net from Masai list Perolane, something like that, side to Perolane? Exactly what was the reason? Was it late delivery of big bond or the specification? Number two, Mr. Abdi, you have indicated that the authority did not prefer any charges against the officers of KEMSA and the PS ourselves. Is that the right thing that EACC was supposed to do, or it should have preferred charges against these errant officers? And finally, why were the companies that were eventually given the tender or awarded the tender by Global Fund, why have they initially been disqualified by KEMSA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to seek clarifications from the advocate of the National Assembly in reference to Crime 11, which pertains to gross misconduct bullying. You have alleged that His Excellency the Deputy President exerted undue pressure on officials of Kenya Supplies Agency in order to secure a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited, a company purportedly associated with him. Now, upon reviewing the documentation provided, I have noted that 17 companies submitted bids for this tender, yet it was ultimately not awarded to any of them. Given these findings, may I inquire from you whether it would be correct to assert that this particular ground lacks sufficient substantiation, considering that no award was made in respect to the tender in question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Three quick issues to the witness. I wish to refer the witness to page 17 of his own document. I know he is a very investigator, speaker, but the document of the 17 dated 16 July 2014, as table here, is so naked and so casual, and it's probably coming from the police control and border sport. There is no letterhead as to confirm the message of this document, the speaker. I don't know how the witness intends to allow the Senate to authenticate this document. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is on his allegation of the conflict of interest on the part of the DP in the power system is concerned. Is it your contention that the near fact Crystal Kenya Limited is the local agent of one of the bidders in this tender, and that will suffice to be conflict of interest enough on the part of the DP, because the owner of that company is sons of the DP? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the witness has been cross-examined by my learned colleague, counsel for the DP, largely on contents of the Senate Standing Committee on Health report, as opposed to his own documents. Is it, you wanted to go on record that you want to rely on that report as your evidence in chief, or should the Senate rely on your documents as tabled under volume 8A of your documents?
Senator Shakira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Mr. Abdi. How many more charges against the deputy before the EACC apart from the cancer? Thank you.
Senator Farrell.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick question to Abdi of EACC. This issue of the big board, Mr. Speaker, listening to the former acting CEO, there's something curious about it which I want Abdi to either confirm or help us understand. There was something peculiar. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about pagination, if you know anything about tenders, you know for a fact that if there's an issue on pagination, either it's not just an issue of forgetting to page or number the pages, Mr. Speaker, but that document may either have been added later on after the tendering process was concluded, or, Mr. Speaker, was defective. What was the real issue, according to the investigation, with regards to the big bond that was submitted by this specific company? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what in his assessment would he say is the reading of the donor community when you have such important programs interfere with, aside that the donor communities themselves end up cancelling such important programs, and what are they recommending? Finally, Mr. Speaker, is to advocate the Negro Jail. He asked the witness earlier which of the report would he and this House believes, that of the Senate or of the EACC. I wish to pose the same question to him. Thank you.
Asante sana Mr. Speaker. Swali langu linaenda kwa Bwana Abdi, kwa sababu anayehukumiwa hapa ni naibu wa rais. Tungetaka kujua kwamba kwa sababu tulifanya uchunguzi, ni kesi ngapi ama kuna kesi yote ambayo EACC ingepeleka mahakamani ili naibu wa rais aweze kuhukumiwa, kuna ushahidi wote ambao wewe uliwasilisha katika bunge la kitaifa, na kama hukuwasilisha, kwa nini umeamua kuwasilisha tu jumba la seneti na sio bunge la kitaifa? Haya, mwisho, katika zabuni ambayo ilikuwa ni viandalio vya Mungu ambayo naibu wa rais anasemekana alihusika nayo, tungetaka tujue ya kwamba kwa sababu ile zabuni ilikuwa imekaidiwa na KEMSA, na kwa hivyo dhamana ya zabuni ambayo ni bond kwa kimombo ilikuwa inafaa kurudishwa, tungetaka tujue kama hiyo dhamana ya zabuni ilirudishwa ama iliitishwa, ingekuwa inasaidia naibu wa rais na nini, ama kungekuwa na manufaa gani ya kurudisha dhamana ya zabuni kama ulivyorudisha zingine 17? Hiyo ndio tungetaka kujua. Sasa na mstahiki Spika.
Yes, Bwana Abdi, on this issue of the irregular procurement of malaria nets, you have given us documents that basically point to some recommendations for administrative action to be taken against a number of officers. But you know, what's of our concern today is companies associated with the DP. Can you tell us anything that you found irregular around the subject, the matter that concerns us, this and the companies associated with the GP president? Few things here. Thank you.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that the ACC is here with us. And there are serious allegations raised that require investigations. Could the CEO, Deputy, confirm if indeed there are investigations taking place on your own motion on the following issues? One, on the activities of this intricate web of companies by the Deputy President. On the issue of his inheritance of the orphans and wife of his late brother, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Three, on the alleged insubordination of the President. And finally, if there are investigations on the role that His Excellency the Deputy President played in the infamous Gen Z uprising the local youth. Thank you.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very few questions. Like our military marksman. One, I give clarification on Section 14 on to cultural gifts. Especially some of us were in our community when we respect you, we give you cards. Does it qualify? We need the meaning of Section 14. Number two, I've seen administration action against council officials and ministry officials and KEMSA. Since you recommended administrative action, have you gotten feedback from KEMSA? And number two, did you recommend any action against companies? And finally, are there any active investigations by EACC against the person of Rigathi Gachagua or against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? I think it is the Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to the Council for the National Assembly. You have presented before this House two businesses, Mr. Abdi and the previous one, Dr. Mulo. Dr. Mulo before this House stated that there was no loss in regards to this procurement process. Mr. Abdi's report indicates very clearly that there was no loss of public funds. Would you tell this House, between your two witnesses, who is telling the truth, who is not telling us the truth? Secondly, EACC, as far as Crystal Limited is concerned, have you established any evidence that shows that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya benefits directly or indirectly from this particular company? And lastly, my colleague asked about the former CEO, Ramadan. You had recommended action to be taken. In your report also, you indicate that she violated Article 10. Does it end there, Mr. Abdi? Because she's now working in a different capacity. What action are you supposed to take, or do you intend to take? Do you do recommendations and not adhere to them? What's the conclusion as far as this kind of reports are concerned from your office? Mr. Speaker, I ask this because Kenyans sometimes say that the Senate does not do oversight. We do not really take action. But we recommend, and this is now the situation that we find ourselves in, that your recommendations that
Senator,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask the CEO, what is EAC planning to press charges on any of these companies that you say that you've investigated and found that they had interfered either through their agents with this particular tender? And if not, are you planning to do it, and when are you planning to do it?
Senator Veronica.
Can you confirm or clarify whether these investigations have been closed by EACC in respect of this procurement at KEMSA, and whether there are any further persons of interest who have sanctioned or issued any notices of prosecution or anything of that sort beyond the letters that are attached to the affidavit? And in the course of the investigation, did you further find out what was the content of the phone call that the acting CEO of KEMSA said was responsible for false pressure? Did you investigate the contents of that phone call?
Witness may now proceed to respond. Proceed, witness, to respond.
You're not allowing us to speak. Proceed
to respond.
Listen us to speak. You're not giving us time to speak. That's not right. That's not right.
Honorable Senator.
When you are justified. Must have a chance. Yes, you are not giving us time here. I'm the first person to. I was the first person to. When we voted for plenary, every member has. Why are you refusing us to speak?
Honorable State. This hearing will terminate beyond midnight. Let the witness respond to the queries that are short. This is wrong. Thereafter, we go for another round. This is wrong. My previous explanation of out of order. I have come to your house to leave the chamber. You cannot direct the chair of Honorable Secretary, unless you apologize, I'm going to go ahead. You cannot say the chair is biased. If you've noticed, we've been going on loss. One loss, the witness answers, then I go for another loss. Honorable Secretary, unless you apologize, I rule you out of order and I'm going to throw you out. Proceed. Whether I apologize, I throw you out. Honorable Secretary, you apologize, I throw you out.
You know you are speakers. I have come to speak. I have a representation of Kajiado people. I have a right to speak in this assembly.
Please, Honorable Speaker, give us...
Yes, seems to be biased.
That's a question.
Honorable Seki, you will apologize for going to rule out of order and
You know, I've never stood on this.
You're totally out of order. Pursuant to standing for the 151 and unfortunately, the first motion for the day.
Speaker, we are elected to speak for the...
Every senator here is elected to represent the people. If you notice from yesterday, we are going to talks. There is no senator which is more important than that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I may not substantiate the exact names of the Honorable Senators, but I will deal with the questions as they were asked. So the first question was to do with when did the other companies get back their documents and the dates the companies got their documents. I'm not sure of the exact date when these documents were returned, but procedurally, we only focus mainly on the company that we are investigating either for procurement irregularities or certain issues. Like, for example, in this particular case, Shopika was a special company that we are looking at, and that was the reason why that particular one was identified. Because the big document actually challenges as a matter indicated by evidence in chief. Then we come to Honorable Katana, issues of gifts and the cows. Now, as I had indicated, gifts that are of value of more than 20,000 shillings are supposed to be handed in and declared by all public officers, including our state officers. For this specific matter, we have not investigated as to the existence of the material, cows that are in this particular issue. But if indeed cows have been donated to any public officer, those donations are supposed to be donated to the state. And the officer within 48 hours is supposed to handle that donation to the institution that employs it. So that is my take on that. Then we have the issue of extension of time for the board, big board. Now, as I had indicated in the previous, the closing date for this particular tender was supposed to be on 23rd February. Bid bonds are supposed to be attached, or they're supposed to be part of the bid document, the tender document. In this particular case, the bid bond was handed delivered to the CEO in her office when the tender documents were already inserted in the respective tender boxes. So for that reason, extension had to be found in order to have that document be part of the tender document of that particular company, which is shortcut. So that led to the extension, and that was instigated by the permanent secretary, who did a letter, which is in our documents, directing the CEO of KEMSA to extend the date of closure of the tender from 23rd February to 10th March. Now, that is the issue which made the the date of extension to be extended, the date of closure to be extended. Now, let me come to investigations by various bodies created by the Constitution. Now, investigations will either be in terms of course, each institution has its own mandate as far as the Constitution or the legislation or the statute that created it is concerned. Now, when it comes to criminal investigation, and specifically issues to do with leadership and integrity, issues to do with corruption, that responsibility lies with the Ethics and Corruption Commission. Now, other institutions, other constitutional bodies can do their own investigations, but they have, if, for example, they are recommended for criminal charges, those recommendations have to be made to the respective institution that is mandated to charge people or to investigate criminal cases, like the DCI or the EACC. So, it depends on the mandate of the institution and what is the focus of that particular investigation. But for example, if it is the PPDA, Public Procurement and Disposal Authority, they do not have powers to charge people in court, or rather to recommend to the DPP to have people charged in court. What do they do? They have to do a recommendation to either the DCI or the EACC to investigate the criminality of that particular issue. So I just want to indicate that it depends on the institution and the mandate of that institution. But when it comes to criminal investigations, there are specific institutions that are mandated to conduct criminal investigations. Issues to do with the declaration of gifts, I think that I addressed in my earlier submission, that gifts that are more than 20,000 are declarable, and they have to be entered in the registers. And at the end of every financial year, the institution has to actually declare to the EACC of the existence of that gift. Now, the issue of what was our finding or our conclusion when we look at the whole matter and our perception, or rather, what would be our conclusion that we reached. Now, when we look at this particular tender, first, it is an international tender that was floated as an open tender to international companies. Companies bid, but there is a specific company that has a local agent here, which is Shorika, that did not conform to certain procurement requirements as per the tender document. Because when tenders are floated, that tender has got specific instructions or directions to the people who are bidding. If, for example, you are supposed to do it, if you are supposed to do legislation, it has to be indicated there. If you have to do, for example, in ink, it has to be there. So anything that goes outside what was provided for in the tender document is actually considered as irregular. And of course, the disqualification should apply. So this one, it was a tender that was handled. I wouldn't want to indicate why it was handled that way, but from the look of it, there must have been some pressure somewhere. That is my own view as an investigator, because when you see procurement officers deliberately going out of the requirements, because they know the law, there are only two conclusions that you can make. One, you are right. Two, there was an influence that was coming from other bodies. Mainly those are the two reasons for our experience. So that is my conclusion. I wouldn't want to dwell into the conclusion of Dr. Mulwa because he gave evidence before this house, and his evidence is there. Now, the issue of telling Ramadan has status. I think ours was whether we actually received payment. As seen in our documents, we did a letter to the we did to the chairman, the chairperson of the board of directors of X, and we gave the reasons why they take, or it was our view that action should be taken, disciplinary action should be taken against this particular officer. As to why she still is in the public service, I wouldn't want to go there because of our responsibility. When it comes to administrative action, we tell the institution to take the disciplinary action.
Order, Senator.
We do not have the power, Senator, for example, the PS.
Proceed.
So we do not have the powers to compel the chairperson, or we don't have the compeller's powers as far as administrative action is concerned. So I want to leave that for the honorable members to decide what to do with that. So I move on. Then the issue of reading of the donor community and what our view is. If you may allow the honorable speaker and the members, the medical or health sector has faced serious challenges of corruption throughout this period. Throughout the period that I remember working at the EACC, it is an area where a lot of donors are actually almost giving up in supporting our programs. And that has a serious repercussion. Because first, let's understand.
Mheshimiwa Speakers, in the past, tremendous respect with all the other witnesses, you have been indicating how much time they have to respond. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and my good friend here, witness, you did not indicate how much time this honorable house is giving him to respond.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. That was courtesy of my good friend, Senator Seki. Now, witness, ordinarily you've been given 10 minutes to respond to clarifications, sought, and questions. So far, you have done 4 minutes and 13 seconds. You have 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that one dealt with. So the issue was that was also raised is which report do we stand behind? As EACC, we did an investigation and we submitted our findings of the report to this committee, coming to this honorable house, and that is the report we will always stand by and defend. The other issue that was raised was whether we had any case that we have investigated against the DPP and whether they have proposed charges or anything like that. That is, we have not investigated the President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We have not investigated him any criminal matter in the past. That is our position. Now, there was also the National Assembly hearing. Why we did not attend the National Assembly hearing and now we are attending the Senate? We were not invited to the first hearing. Yesterday, I was served with the summons of this House and we're simply responding to that sounds. As why we were not invited in that one, I don't know. And, we only respond to the sounds that were issued. So then, Honorable Senator Mugeni, the company is associated with the BP. We've not investigated any company that is associated with the President so far, and that is our position. Then, Honorable Senator for County, activities that are intriguing of all the items, Honorable Senator, that you told us whether we investigated, I think, are five. We have not, because a report has not been sent to us, and it is we should not go to waste our report. I think we also have the powers to investigate on our own motion, but it is only after we analyze the reports as to whether they fit within our mandate. Like, for example, if you deal with issues of inheritance, unless there's a criminal aspect of the inheritance bill, inheritance usually will be handled as a civil matter. And issues to do with intimidation, if the CEO of Lexa had reported to us that was actually intimidated by a state officer, we would go through. Of course, you understand, all of us understand how difficult it would be to open an investigation of that. But no complaints can be on the same agency and president. Also, we have no report. We know it happened, but as to the corruption bit of it, we do not have facts. So we need to go. Okay, thank you. So, gifts, I think I mentioned, I think about the issues to do with whether we want to charge, we want to press charges against companies associated with the DP. We have not investigated. We can only recommend charges after investigation to the director of the investigation. That is our mandate. And the other one, of course, is investigation by the CEO of KEMSA. And I think I addressed that one. Then finally, is whether we want to refer more charges or more sanctions against the persons involved for this matter, especially on criminal culpability. That the issue of criminal culpability is still open, and we will be inviting some people probably in the near future. But as of now, we dealt with the issues of administrative action against the individuals involved. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I have not addressed one or two questions.
Very well. Now we move to the second round.
Honorable Speaker, was there any clarification for us to respond to some questions that you put to us?
Just listen to this note so that you take a note. Just listen to this note.
Sugar is running a bit low.
It's running low to everybody.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to the witness from the Ethics and Corruption Commission, I would like to ask whether the Kenya Kwanza Coalition document is unconstitutional and therefore null and void to the extent that its formula for sharing executive powers violates Article 10, 27, 129, 130, and 131 of the Constitution. Number two, if that's the case, who is to blame for approving the unconstitutional coalition agreement that resulted in forming a government? Number three, Can you point this Senate to any hard evidence of criminal conduct which you have unearthed in your investigations against the Deputy President? And can you distinguish whether there is a circumstance where the Deputy President, or even me as a Senator, can walk into a place and be given a gift that I don't have to declare, irrespective of the amount of the gift? Because I engage officially and privately. So is there a situation whereby I can be given a gift of whatever magnitude that I don't have to declare? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank for many years service they have given to this country, and we highly respect it. I want to refer to ground number 11 and also these documents. Ground number 11 says, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, bullied Kenya Medical Supplies Agency officials into awarding a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited. And in your letter, on page 7, the Commission, let me read, the Commission is of the opinion that the conduct of the CEO Terry Ramadan amounts to violation of leadership and integrity, and particularly Section 10(11). Today, as we speak, Terry Ramadan is the Deputy Ambassador in India. And Mr. Mutuse, Honorable Mutuse, wants this house to get rid of the Deputy President on the account of being bullying somebody. Can you tell Kenyans, 50 million people today, as you stand there, you want this house to impeach the president if you have already recommended some culprits to be given administrative action, then you want us to impeach the president?
Senator, come on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask a question to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. In the course of our investigation, is there anywhere that you have identified that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, or you want impeached, influenced any other one? Thank you, Mr.
Senate now the time for speaking of the judge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to, or clarification goes to Abdi Ahmed. Mohammed, we have realized that there is a report from the ACC and a report from the Committee of Health of the Senate in regards to the, this issue of mosquito nets. I want to confirm that the contract was cancelled and the funds were not lost. I want you to demonstrate the role of this agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited in relation to the Deputy President's office and also Rigathi Gachagua. Thank you very much.
thereafter, we have an opportunity for the council to the deputy president to respond to the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought I'd take less than 5 minutes. Senator Omtata, I think we raised the issue of whether the agreement of the Kenya Kwanza document, or Kenya Kwanza government document, is unconstitutional. I think that one is only the courts that can actually find whether that document is unconstitutional or not. It's not within my ability or power or rather to comment about the constitutionality or others, and whether the document is null and void, and whether it contradicts certain articles of the Constitution. The second one was who is to blame for drawing unconstitutional agreements or documents. I think that is also something that is very important in my view. If anybody suspects whether this document is constitutional or not, I think the best thing to do is to try our courts, and they will of course give directions on what can be asked. Now, the other one was whether we have investigated any criminal conduct against the DP. I think I have indicated clearly that we have not investigated the President for any criminal ability or any criminal case as far as ESCC is concerned. Senator Judah, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate. Now, the issue of bullying of cancer officers or staff. I think that came from the CEO himself, and he gave evidence in this House that will be considered by the House whether it is something that can stand the test or not. As for Terry Ramadan, we did our bit in terms of recommending this disciplinary action against her for her role in this particular procurement. But because I indicated we don't have the compliance powers to enforce disciplinary or administrative action. I did it at that. And whether our recommendation is for the impeachment of the VP, ours was to respond to the summons that was given last night. This one is the House. It is for the House to do, that is their job. I wouldn't want to go there. I don't want to go there. Then, whether there was anywhere where the VP influenced any tender. No, we will not have that, and we never submitted that. All that we say is what I'm going to say is the next response which was raised by the Senator Rigathi Gachagua about the role of Crystal Kenya Limited and the connection between that company and the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. From the documents that we have, which we supplied, it is clear that this company, the directors are two sons of the Deputy President. Each one of them owns 200 shares. They're only directors of that particular company. And that is the nexus between the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and that particular company. And that is our response as of now. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. That's it.
Council President, will give you 10 minutes. Starting now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will share my ideas with my colleague and the My questions are limited to the issue of the sharing patterns. I'll be quick. The questions were asked by my last senior and colleague and friend, Professor Happy Moore, and Senator Omtata. I'll begin with the questions by my landed senior, Mr. Ojen, and I'll begin with the second question here. He asked, is the relationship between the President and the Deputy President irretrievable? probably that's not really a question. But in my experience, as I think, there is no such thing as an irretrievably broken political relationship. Members of the Jubilee, party I served as an advocate for, woke up in March 2018 to find their leadership in hands with his opponent at Harambee House, and subsequently fought away to one. A few months ago, the President and the Honorable former Prime Minister have found a way to work. There is no such thing as an irretrievable political relationship. Secondly, leadership constitutionally is not so much about how you feel. It is about your duty and your responsibility constitutionally. Your feelings must take a back seat to your duty to the people. Okay? Secondly, I was just about the counties. Now, when you look at these shareholder agreements, and again, if members will go with me to page 418, where you find the shareholder agreement between ANC for Kenya and sorry? For volume, sorry. I don't know how to play the volume.
Members are taking a bit lot when saying that UNDA is spelling is when it's UNDA.
No, UNDA, so they come from Kenya. I'm sorry.
United Democratic Alliance.
Yes, I'm sorry. We use that commitment. So it's the United Democratic Alliance Party. The full name of Amani is Amani National Congress Party. The full name of Kenya is Ford Kenya Party. So their agreement at page 429, you will note, Professor Ogenda, it does not talk about counties. The agreements seem to have been structured in regions. It talked about regions. Now, I don't know what they meant by those regions, but what I can tell you is that at paragraph 20. Yes, as I said, Honorable Senator Kisumu, at page 429, which would be paragraph 20, subparagraph O, that's the first provides there was further terms, parameters, and details of the shares and positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this approach shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election schedule on 9 August 2022. So this was not a final agreement. My understanding is that there were further schedules. I don't know what those schedules say. They are not available in the instructions for practice. They may very well have included all the counties you asked for. Maybe someone was there, something for checking, I don't know. Secondly, the drafters of this, as I've said, were careful to stay within the confines of the Constitution, because at paragraph 22, subparagraph G, this is what they say. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. So there was a proviso to ensure that the document was constitutional. And perhaps when on that issue as well, I might as well answer my good friend on Senator Tata's question. I am not yet masterfully a judge. I cannot see whether the Kenya coalition is constitutional. Somebody will have to move the court for that determination to be made. But what I did say was that in 2005, I had the privilege of participating in a case involving the MOU for NAC. And that was struck down because the law had no appeal making rules for it. And which brings me to the question raised by Senator Catherine Moore, which is the political parties section. There's actually not one, there's several. If you go to Schedule 3, sub-paragraph C, B, D, and E. Let me read them out for you. So B deals with the policies and objectives of the coalition. B Thus, D deals with organizational structure and management of the coalition, including county structures and systems and county government bodies, which will also find in these agreements. And then C, the overall structure of the coalition. And then E, the criteria or formula for sharing of positions in the coalition. That's what it is. Positions in the coalition structure, roles and responsibilities within the coalition. So that's what it says. So most political coalitions have interpreted that to mean, and it's been healthy. That's why I think it's in my view, this country become a bit more stable and united. And I think I've answered all those questions that have to do with the question of the shareholder, unless members have any clarification.
Thank you, Council, for giving. Council Legwa, you have something to pick, or do we conclude it at that?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have specific questions and clarifications. Noting that the mood of the House, perhaps we can again invite the House and respond to the same after lunch.
No. After lunch, we are going straight to your main meeting.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So what we can do, Council Network, allow me to invoke standing order 42A. For the convenience of the House, add 5 minutes. So the House will rise at 1:05 instead of 1.
I agree.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were 2 questions for the National Assembly side. It's for
okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of the House rising at 1:05, it will rise at 1:15. So, Council Legwa, you take your 5 minutes, and then the rest shall be given to the Council for the National Assembly.
I am not getting
Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness is asking if he can leave it.
Absolutely. Yes, Mr.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I was asked to clarify by Senator James Torre why I am dealing with the report from the Senate and what am I driving at. The report to the Senate is intended to indicate that none of the participants in that tendering process ever benefited from that particular process. All the 17 companies, none of them benefited, and that as a result or as a consequence of the failure to proceed the next levels, the country did not lose even a single cent. A question was put to me why I am looking at the submissions by various parties and not going to the observations and recommendations by the Senate. And just like a skillful legal surgeon, I have been able to point out various findings, submissions. For example, the submissions find themselves at page 222, paragraph 107 and 106, 107 and 109 find themselves at the recommendation, at the observation of the Senate at page 271. So there is serious correlation between my findings as submitted by various parties who appeared before the Senate and the observations made by the Senate. So I dealt largely on what the Senate found as opposed to what the Senate had during the proceedings. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, clarification was sought as to why the bid failed, and although that will be dealt with at length, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly
in page 108 of the volume 3 of the Deputy President's bank of documents, you'll find a letter from KEMSA dated in 5th May 2023, being a notification to Shobika Impeach Private Limited. It reads, the reference is made to the above tender and advised that the tender was unsuccessful due to the following reasons. 1, tender security was not designated. Number 2, please plan to collect your bid security from the procurement office immediately. It may be of interest to note the date when this letter is being generated is the 5th of May. It also be of interest to note when the alleged bullying and intimidation occurred. This letter precedes the alleged bullying, alleged intimidation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, this letter is voluntarily being issued and being generated by KEMSA themselves at their own intuition, as opposed to being triggered by any external officer, in this case, the person of the Deputy President. In their own collusion, KEMSA triggers and invites Shobika to come and collect their bids, and on witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness confirmed that this is always the end of a failed bid. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to the matter in issue. That is at page 36 of the volume 1 of the impeachment motion. The matter in issue that is subject for interrogation, Mr. Speaker, as a turn-off, is not whether the tenders were responsive, whether the country lost any money, whether investigations were done, whether there was conflict of interest, whether there were gifts that accrued therefrom. The question in issue is, did the person of the Deputy President bully the officer? Was there evidence? So let us not lose ground or focus on the ground on the matter in issue, so that we focus and we put the train on rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, how many minutes?
10. You have 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am here to respond on behalf of the National Assembly on only 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, listening to the Deputy President's side, I believe they have misunderstood the nature and the context of ground number 11. And there was a question by the Senator whether we have substantiated ground number 11 on bullying of KEMSA officials. Secondly, there was a question also on whether there was loss of public funds in this tendering process. Mr. Speaker, I allow you to answer the first question by mentioning that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is a high-ranking state official. The Republic of Kenya, the polity of the Republic of Kenya is based on certain fundamental national values and principles of governance. In addition, there are provisions on leadership and integrity. If you look at the provisions of Article 75, starting with 73, then you conclude with 75. There is an express prohibition on conflict of interest when it comes to all state offices. Now, to contextualize that question, you have to look at the purpose of impeachment. The Deputy President being a high-ranking state officer means that there is a constitutional process for bringing him into account to question his conduct. And that is why you have this process of impeachment. Impeachment is about political responsibility. It's about governance.
Impeachment is not about criminal culpability. It's not about gathering evidence for purpose of taking him to court. It's about bringing him to account on what he has done from a political standpoint, and that issue of the distinction of criminal processes from impeachment has been clarified by the Supreme Court of Kenya. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Mike Sonko, was expressed clear and unequivocal that impeachment is about those values, ethos in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity in Chapter 6. Now, if you look at the way ground number 11 has been coached, ground number 11, Mr. Speaker, sir, ground number 11 talks about gross misconduct. Now, the Supreme Court of Kenya has interpreted what amounts to gross violation, which in context then means gross misconduct. And the conclusion is that when you violate these core values in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity, then you are guilty of gross misconduct. You are guilty also of gross violation of the Constitution. Sometimes you are guilty of abuse of office. So to put it in context, if you look at that charge that we have put in ground number 11, it talks about bullying of council officials. Now, that fact of bullying, and we have been more specific. If you look at the charge, we have mentioned the specific clause of legislation where the act of bullying has been prohibited. And this provision, if you look at the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act specifically prohibit bullying of bullying by state officials. And in that context, then you can see that in terms of the allegation that we are making and the evidence which has been submitted before this House, especially that call which was made by the Deputy President. The call was made by the Deputy President to a council official. Why would the Deputy President be pushing the interests of a commercial, the commercial interests of a private company? That is crystal clear when you look at his own admission in his response to this allegation. The Deputy President has admitted that he lent the sum of Kenya shillings 200 million to Crystal Company to acquire some hotel in Yale. This is the same company which the Deputy President is making a call to KEMSA to consider. And a senior KEMSA official, in this case the managing director, goes to EACC in a tender process.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make clarification that I recall is responding to what kind of submission they.
Yes, Council from the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm just concluding that it's an impeachable offense to make the link.
Very well. I'll conclude.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you look at then the evidence which has been submitted by Dr. Muller, that he received a call from the Deputy President, who is a high-ranking state official, to go to EACC, and then he went to EACC to collect evidence, which EACC have gathered for purposes of submitting that tender to the Deputy President or his contact, in this case his son. What we are saying is that that act by the Deputy President then constitutes a violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, specifically Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and that amounts to bullying. And to that extent, we are submitting that charge has indeed been substantiated in all its components. On the second question, and here again, it appears there is a misnomer. To prove an economic crime, you don't need to prove that there was loss of funds. An economic crime in this case occurs when a sitting Deputy President, in a tendering process, he makes a call which the recipient then interprets in a different way, perhaps to influence the tendering process, or perhaps to for certain decisions to be made in favor of that person. And the person who is making the call is a sitting Deputy President. That is why then the provisions of the Constitution
prohibit conflict of interest.
I think my learned friend has enjoyed a lot of latitude in respect to responding to issues that were not sought for clarification. I was taking note of all the issues that were sought. And the issues that Council is responding to are not among those that were sought. And if they were, then you need to indicate from which particular senator did seek that.
Council for National Assembly. Without other matters for submission.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm responding to the question of whether there was loss of funds.
That was not sought.
It was sought by a senator.
No, it was sought.
Yes, it was sought.
1 minute.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this case, evidence has been led. If you look at it from one perspective, evidence has been led by Dr. Mulwa that indeed there was a delay in this procurement. Secondly, fewer nets were supplied. Thirdly, there was a question concerning the costs incurred in this tendering process, and the evidence was that 55 million shillings was incurred in this tendering process. It came from the mouth of Dr. Mulwa. So to that extent, you can see there was some loss. Whereas the tender was financed by the Global Fund, from our own perspective, we lost a lot, not only from a monetary perspective, but also from the other factors. What about Kenyans who did not access this malaria, these mosquito nets and were exposed to malaria? Is that not a loss which is non-monetary? And therefore, to that extent, one can make a conclusion that the conduct of the Deputy President in this regard violates the provisions of Section 34 of the Legislative Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, I end by stating that we have fully substantiated ground number 11, and it's one of those grounds where the evidence is clear, conspicuous, and there is a nexus to the Deputy President himself through a phone call that he made to Dr. Mulwa, and he has admitted making that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Senator, we are going to start with the Deputy President at exactly 2 times. If you keep time, you're going to set time, so that we don't have to ring the bell. If you can start taking the evidence of the Deputy President at 2 times, then we will be able to manage the time to go forward.
All right.
Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15. Having concluded the business for which I extended the hours, all the sitting pursuant to standing order 428. The Senate stands adjourned until today, the 17th of October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Yes,